And we know what is happening. We know that all these things are just being played so that at the end of the day, they will say Labour Party does not have candidates in Lagos. They know how strong Labour Party is. The Labour Party won the presidential election in Lagos even without having a governor or a local government in the whole of Lagos. So they know how dangerous Labour Party can be to their own aspirations. So I just wanted to ask, is there a way it can be sorted? Because the election is supposed to be, I think, middle of July, and we're like just 2 months away. It's really nice to have Labour Party pick up some chairmanship, councillorship positions in places like Lagos. So I just say let me ask that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ejiga. Next question, Dr.
All right. Yes, Raymond, you have mic is yours now.
Okay. Good evening, ma.
Good evening, Raymond.
Yes, I was opportune to meet you on the day we had the stakeholders meeting at Hilton. I mean, the day we marched from Hilton to our neck office.
Did you go?
It was a fun
Did you go on foot or you rode in a car?
Oh, yeah. It was a big exercise for me. Okay. Just in addition to what the previous speaker asked, me, I'm somehow concerned because I've been trying to reach some of Labour Party members who are in our own camp. I've been trying to reach them. But my question is now, we all know the role INEC is playing, and we know, the precedents and everything. What if INEC refuses to recognize you as the legitimate leader now? And, what are the next steps? What are the next steps you may take to make sure that the stability of this party is being covered? Because the INEC I see INEC as a political party, honestly, and from the way things are going, I'm not really sure they might be able to play to our own tune. But if is an assumption, I'm just assuming, if they refuses to recognize you as a leader now, what are the next steps you might likely take? Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond.
Thank you, Raymond. Thank you. Field Marshal.
Okay, thank you very much. So, good evening, Ma. It's a pleasure hearing your voice. Dr. Omo, good evening. Good evening to every other person. So my question is not so far from what other people have asked, but I think I want to ask the second follow-up of my question. What is the strategy? Because winning a war, you need a strategy to win this war, because I see this thing like a war. And we all know that Abure and his camp have feathered too far and too obvious. And so I want to know what are the strategic things we need to do from both the head, which is the national, to the state and to the local. Because if you look at it, Abure camp lasted this long because they had all of the states coordinate, the state's chairman supporting him. So my question is now, what are the practical things we need to do to disarm this state chairman and their executive practically, so that, because if we don't do that, we'll find out that we will just be talking to the blues. So that's my question, because we really need to put something on ground so that at least both the people and giving a window of opportunity is serious. Because to me, we are not doing anything. We're just preaching and preaching and preaching. There are things we need to do practically. So that's why I'm asking, what are the things that we need to do practically to show that we have really seized power? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
before we take the last question, Field Marshal, so that you also know, I'm not answering the question, but I can tell you there are technical things that Senator might not be able to say here because
Certainly.
it's an open space.
No
Okay,
general goes to war by publishing his strategies on the pages of newspaper or on, things are never done like that. Otherwise, your enemy picks it up and he uses it to make sure that he destroys whatever you've planned. But anyway, let's go ahead with the fifth question.
okay.
I will answer
Thank you.
at the appropriate time.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll take for this session, let's take the last one from Osborne. Osborne. Osborne, are you there? Okay, we don't have Osborne there.
Maybe
so
we've lost him.
Let me see. I'm trying to check if we have any questions online apart from okay, I think Field Marshal put his question there. We also have okay, what's happening with the Lagos LP? Lagos INEC said it has asked that question. Somebody says revolution is what Nigeria needs. At least no amount of reform and preparation would change the manipulate. Okay. Let me see if there's another one. Buru traded his freedom with the LP. Police can't pick him up because he's been okay. Well, so far that's what we have, except we have more. Madam Chair, you have to go ahead and give us your answers to those questions.
Okay. The first, Ejiro, what we did was we wrote a letter. We wrote a letter yesterday to our lawyers asking for advice on the way forward in view of INEC's delay. And I believe by tomorrow we'll get a reply because we want to make sure that whatever decision we take and whatever action we take should be within the ambit of the law so that we don't break the law at all. Because the Labour Party is supposed to be a law-abiding party, even though some people want to turn it around out of selfishness, greed, and all that. But I think the majority of members of the Labour Party, the majority of members of the obedient movement are generally law-abiding people who just want to see a better Nigeria and believe a better Nigeria is possible. So we've written our lawyers and we are waiting. By tomorrow, I think latest Monday, we should get a reply.
Thank you very much.
Then, Ejiga, the local government elections in Lagos. He said, INEC said there are 3 factions. They don't even know which one. I tell you, wallahi, the fear of Labour Party genuine candidates is the beginning of wisdom for every political party now. So it's not just one party that is trying to ensure that Labour Party does not field candidates. It's almost all the political parties. And when I say Labour Party, I mean the genuine Labour Party. In times past, we had people ruling the Labour Party as leaders who were constantly, when it comes to election, they put people who they know can never win election because they are paid to do that. Sometimes a day before the election or like a couple of days before the election, you see them go on TV and they say they have stepped down for so and so. They were paid to do that. So they were not really contesting because they wanted to win. But with PO contesting election in 2023, the entire scenario changed. Now they know we are serious. They know we can contest and win. So what they are trying to do is either to bring moles among us to confuse the entire, muddy up the waters, or stop those who are genuine for presenting candidates. So we are not going to stand by and watch them do what they are doing. We are going to do everything humanly possible to make sure. And we set up a committee, which was inaugurated, I believe, on Thursday last week. And you won't believe it. People who don't particularly care about the Labour Party started writing all sorts, complaining about the fact that, a certain tribe was not carried along, bringing all sorts of sentiments that this shouldn't be the issue now. This shouldn't be the issue now. But what I told the team is that anybody who complains, please pull him closer, explain to him if truly he genuinely wants the interests of Labour Party to prevail, he will see reason and then work with us. But if he's just there to make trouble and scatter the whole thing, you just let him go. So that's where we are. Raymond. Sorry, Ejiga, I hope I have made some, I have answered your question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Raymond, you said that what if INEC refuses to recognize me as the leader? Well, to be honest, you know that as far as the other political parties are, they would rather have Abure. It's just unfortunate for them that the Supreme Court said his tenure was over. But they would prefer him to be the leader of the party, because they know with him there, deals can be struck, all sorts of things can be done. We shouldn't be. For me, as someone who has contested election and won before, I'll feel hurt if the leader of the party where I'm contesting election just plays with my intelligence, makes me suffer, spend my money, go around campaigning, all for him to sell out. No, it's a terrible thing. So I know that is what they really would want. They would want Abure's camp that will present people who cannot win election to come and just occupy, block the spaces. And at the end of the day, they'll just go and make their deals, collect their money, and then they walk away and they leave you alone. Even if truly sometimes the people they really want to win the election. But because they have been left in the middle of the ocean all by themselves, they don't know what to do. Their monies have been taken away from them in one guise or the other. They don't have money with which to go around. The issues are just many, and it's really very, very disheartening. Very disheartening. But I know one thing for sure is, as we say in Hausa, no matter how, that is to say in English, 99 days for the thief, 1 day for the owner. Genuine people who love Nigeria, who believe in Nigeria, who want to contest election because they want to serve, they will someday be given their day in the sun. They will have their day in the sun, and they will do that which is best. Because Nigeria is a great nation with huge potentials. If we have the right leaders, I tell you, the sky is going to be our limit. How can we drop from being the largest economy in Africa to where we are today? What is the meaning of this? Nobody, Oh, anyway, it's okay. So Raymond, I hope I've answered you.
Raymond, can you put off your mic? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma. Well, I was thinking in my own capacity, is there a way we could, maybe start thinking of obedient movement as the next strategy, if possible? How? Well, I think
it's not something that I can take a decision on alone. I would not want to do that. Okay. Because as I said earlier, a political party is a vehicle for people to use in winning election, to represent their people, to be a voice for their people. So if a few people sit together, take decisions, and they don't carry everybody along, at the end of the day, you cannot use that vehicle to win election. And when you don't win election, how can you be a voice for your people? It won't work. So I just want to assure you that when that time comes, we will make sure that all stakeholders are represented, and we take a decision together, so that the fight will be a fight for everybody to fight, not just me. I cannot win. If I fight alone, I won't win. I need everybody. If PO fights alone, he can't win. He needs everybody. So please, I think that's the way to look at it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This is so encouraging, because you are talking about inclusion and ensuring what every joint and energy supplies. And that has been our greatest strength, and that will continue to be. Alogra, are you there?
We have Field Marshal now. Field Marshal, you said, what is a strategy for winning?
Okay, that's okay. Oh, yes.
Field Marshal.
Yes.
You said that what is a strategy from what to the national level? I think, just like I said earlier, I'm working on my own strategy. I know many people are working on some strategies or the other. I spoke to Aisha Isuhu, chatted me a couple of days back, and she has her own ideas of what she thinks the strategy should be. Even some other people who have ideas or have their own strategies, they forwarded to her, she forwarded to me. So by the time we put everything together, we'll now sit as stakeholders and we'll decide what the strategy should be. But even when we decide, we will not talk in an open, we won't come out openly and state what the strategy is. It will have to be that stakeholders will come together in a meeting, decide, take decision, and then do it in such a way that it will yield results. Because when you come out and spill out everything you are planning, the good, the bad, the ugly, everybody, your enemies, your friends, everybody hears about it, then your enemies now use it to go counter it, take their time and plan how to counter. You will not achieve anything at all. But anyway, God will take us to that time. You talked about Abure having chairmen in states who are willing to do his bidding. I'm sure you are aware that what he was doing was every 3 months, appointment letters were issued to this chairman. No chairman could tell you that after the first quarter of the year, he will still be chairman. None. But I know that political parties are supposed to elect chairmen in the ward, the local government, and the state for 4 years. So you know that for the next 4 years, you are a chairman so that you can calm down, make your plans on how to create activities that will increase your party's membership registration, attract people to come join your party. But when you are hamstrung, every 3 months, if you do as the leader wants, he extends for you for another 3 months. If you don't, he removes you and puts somebody else for 3 months. Nobody can operate. Nobody can put in his best using this kind of system. But this is what is obtainable now. Please, if you know any chairman, ask him, how do you, for how many years, what, show me your last appointment. And are you even supposed to be a chairman by appointment? You're supposed to go through a congress, emerge by being elected. And when you are elected, you should know that you are there for 4 years. But anyway, these are the things we are fighting, and we are hoping that, inshallah, we are going to correct them. The last question was supposed to have been from Osborne, but Osborne was not around. I don't know if he's here with us now, and he's willing to ask his question.
Well, he's not here, but we have Alogra. Alogra, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Good evening, my dear Senator. Good evening.
Please, I didn't catch your name.
Alogra.
Alogra. Okay. Yeah. Where are you from? Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I know a lot of Nigerian names, but I've never heard this name before.
Okay. Okay. The combination of names.
Oh, okay. I got it. Okay.
I wouldn't state where I'm coming from so that it will not be like because of it. You understand? Yes. Where I'm coming from, it does not matter at this stage. What matters is that I'm a Nigerian, a fool, and I'm eligible to
My
vote.
dear, I try to pride myself that I know a lot about languages in Nigeria, and I speak a few words in a lot of languages. I can speak at least a few words. I can say greetings and so on, because I pride myself in being a Nigerian. So that's why I was asking you. Never mind me.
It's a combination of names. Aloysius and Grace. So, I look that.
Fantastic.
So, my own is that I don't know whether it will sound like a question, but what I'm trying to say, is there any way the leadership of Labour Party under your care can approach or write to Supreme Court again to give us a holistic analysis of this thing? Because I'm sorry to say this, I'm not a Labour Party member. But after the judgment, I put them starting to put on some structure. I know how much I've invested in the structure where I'm based now. because of it, I want Nigeria to work. That is that. I know what I did, but in 2023, although it's not a waste, but I at least have gotten an insight in how to do it more this time. So, and after when I bully and they come with the issues, I have to pause. And even so, my co-members say, no, let us wait. So if it is not working, is there any movement you people will direct us? Because I want 2027, let Nigeria work. Look at what is happening. I made a tweet and I responded to what did JAMB, sorry that I might digress a little bit, that what these people did, JAMB did, was the same thing I did. They are doing it to punish this young man. This young man has not done anything for wrong, for goodness sake. You only want to just position Nigeria in a way it's supposed to be. Like what this man is doing in Burkina Faso. But because of some people say, if this man comes here, he will remove our mouth from the food and he will not give us anything. So, and that is why they are fighting. I told people, whether you like it or not, the reason why this man did this thing, because they want to paint this man bad. Look at the zone you are coming from. It's because of now we have did this thing and they stop miracle center or whatever they call it. That your zone from your zone, they don't know anything. So that is they want to use you to tarnish the image of this young man. He has not done anything for Nigeria. And I know that because they know that the reason why Nigerian youths are yelling for him, because they have seen him as a vehicle to get what they want. So if it is not working, and if people can write back to Supreme Court, please, this judgment, is there any way they can review it and tell Nigeria what they the whole, or I don't know how to put it for you to understand it, so they will know where we are or where we are heading to. So if it is not working, we will not work for it will not work for us in Labour Party. We advise a niece. So if there is any way you and your colleagues or your team can put together, go back to Supreme Court, please. This judgment, this INEC do not want to act on it. Give us a clear insight on this, so that with it, Nigeria will know who is who. I yield the mic. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for what you have been doing. May God, Almighty God, Almighty Allah protect you and your team and everybody that is doing for a better Nigeria in Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen and amen. My brother Alogra, honestly, just like I said earlier, we've written a letter to our lawyers. We're asking for advice. What should be? What should we do? And I believe by tomorrow or Monday, they will give us a reply on what the way forward should be. Will it be to write Supreme Court again for interpretation? Will it be to write Supreme Court to tell INEC to take action and, based on the ruling of 4th April? I don't know. But whatever it is, I don't want to preempt them. We have asked them for advice. I'm not a lawyer. So we've asked them for advice and we are waiting. You talked about the issue of our young people who wrote JAMB, all that fell out of it. Just like you said, you don't want to say what part of Nigeria you come from. For me, most people don't even know whether I'm a Christian or I'm a Muslim. I come from a family where there are Muslims and there are Christians, but I'm a Catholic. But because of my upbringing, where I came from, most people actually think I'm a Muslim. And I don't mind. They can go ahead and think what they want to think. It doesn't hurt at all because I have Muslims in my family. My late husband was a Muslim. My 3 daughters are all Muslims. So in my family, I'm the only Christian and I'm a Catholic. But you see, it doesn't matter at all. Despite the fact that I'm their mother, I'm a Catholic, they are Muslims, we still love each other. We live peacefully together. And I think that is how Nigerians should live. It doesn't matter what religion you practice. It doesn't matter what tribe you come from. What I do worry about is the issue of federal character. To say that, because somebody comes from this zone, you lower his marks. Because the other one comes from the other zone, you increase his marks. You don't care about people's merit, whether they are qualified for a position or not. You don't care about that. You just feel that, oh, I'll just calculate whatever it is, and his acceptability has to be based on where he comes from. I don't think so. Because the God who created a human being made human beings intelligent. So when you make people lazy by saying, oh, you don't have to study hard because of where you come from, oh, but let the other person study hard because of where he comes, then it's not fair. I think Nigeria needs to move away from that kind of thing, honestly. So if I understand you, you were talking, similar to that's what you were talking about, and I think you are totally right. And I honestly, I agree with you entirely. I agree with you. Whatever we do, whatever our tribe, whatever our religion, that's a personal thing. It's personal. You shouldn't influence how we are viewed, and it shouldn't influence how we are assessed by the society. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would just, as we wind this to a close, I will just read some of the questions online, and once you respond to that, you can give your closing remarks, because I know that there's another space by Saddam that is going to start by 8 o'clock, and also you can go back, because I know that you were pulled out of you also have another meeting. It's important at this juncture to say that we are holding this space. Many people, they're even surprised that you're coming on space to talk to us, somebody who has been a senator, a former minister, and all kinds of things. And because we are so used to lawlessness, and in Nigeria, you have chairmen who people don't even see. Most of the time, you have people who have grown through the ranks and have become advisors to the advisors to the advisors to the advisor to the senior advisor of the president, who do not even have time for people. So when they see people in your ranks coming to X space to talk to people, they can't handle it. It is only in Nigeria where presidents are invisible, just like with senators, like with House of Rep members and chairmen. You don't see them. They punish the people very well. You can't come to them, because they are nothing. But this also goes to show, Mr. Peter Obi does come on space. You are here on space. You touch base with the downtrodden, with anybody. You're here answering questions. Because this is what will liberate Nigerians. But I know that for the larger part of those who are on the other side, who are become slaves to, their paymasters, and those who are under the delusion and needing deliverance, it's this kinds of conversations are shocking to them. And that being said, there were things you said here that we will do an update again, maybe another 2 weeks from now. Because you are expecting certain results. We'll come back and then you'll do the update and we'll keep sharing. I'm happy that people like Mazi are here, who are helping us to carry this message to more people across different platforms. Mazi, thank you for what you do. I'll just read some questions here because we have just about 10 minutes to go. Somebody says, I don't know, I'm going to just read out the question so that you can see. I am disappointed at the response of Senator Nenadi's response to we that complained about the list in Lagos. Oh, wow. I'm not sure you talked about that, but I mean, that's what you have there. Somebody else said, okay, what's happening in Lagos LP? Lagos INEC said LP has factions in Lagos. Please update us, madam. Of course, you have other remarks, but I don't want to be burdened by patronizing you. There are many people who have said a lot of good things about you, but let's just take the questions that you need to respond to. Somebody says, it was also rumored that you ordered for another party primaries to be held. How authentic is the rumor? Or are you supporting primaries that produce Chief George Mohalu? I think you've given the name of the person who is the candidate for Anambra already after the primaries that you did. Mr. Peter Obi should say something about the madness of INEC. 2 months now, and we're still waiting for INEC. Well, you can respond to that and also pass the message across to Mr. Peter Wimam if you wish. And then lastly, somebody is saying, well, it's not a question. I don't know. How do you deal with what? Handle traitors with PO, people who work only with genuine people. Yes, Senator Nenandi, please, ma'am, how do you, okay, you and Dr. Mo handle traitors within PO and work only with genuine people who can't leave him? Oh,
big question.
well, he gave some names there. I don't know. Then if you are facing a lot of issues in LP, which we know it's deliberate, INEC also, but why not join SDP, which lacks legal issues, and continue to grow together? I believe LP, SDP can work together. Ma'am, that's the question for you, ma'am. And then lastly, why are they wasting time to sack Aburi? Why are they wasting a lot of time? What other thing is there for, ma'am? So that's what we have online for you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. The first question is, someone said they're disappointed at my response about the Lagos issue. Well, I'm sorry if I disappointed you, but I generally don't think that the leadership of the caretaker committee in Lagos should be tribal based. I don't think so. Because for me, I don't, just like I said, when even talking about federal character versus merit or capacity, I don't think so. I think we should just, at some point in Lagos, I think at some point people should see themselves as one. It doesn't matter which tribe you are. That is the way I see. And if if you think if you are disappointed, and I think that I don't particularly care which tribe people come from, I just like to relate with people based on their character, then I'm sorry, but that's just how I feel. And that's how I continue to feel. I don't generalize and say, oh, this tribe, they are known for this, the other tribe are known for this. No, I don't do that. If you are good, you are good. If you are bad, you are bad. It doesn't mean that just because one person is bad, the entire tribe where he comes from is bad. Or just because you are good, it means the entire tribe where you come from, they are good. No, that's not it. But anyway, that is just it. Lagos INEC said there are 3 factions. Yes, so I learned they said there are 3 factions, but we all know why they are saying so. They are saying so just so that at the end of the day, they will not take any flag bearers, so that we won't have any flag bearers in the coming election. But we'll fight it. As I said, we've written our lawyers, and we're waiting to hear what our lawyers would advise us to do, so that we have candidates that will be represented that will represent us at the next election. You said another primaries in Anambra. Yes, it is true. We had primaries in Anambra, and I said the name of the candidate is he's a member of the Anambra House of Assembly. He's Honorable Jude Ifanyi. So that is it. The Abure camp, the Supreme Court sacked them on the 4th of April. The next day, 5th of April, they went to conduct primaries and produce George Mogalo. So we felt that no, it shouldn't have been so. After the Supreme Court sacked them, they shouldn't have held any primaries. But since they held, we had to hold ours. And luckily, we had written INEC, and we went ahead and we had our own primaries. How do you handle traitors working with PO? Honestly, that is a big question. God will help us. That's all I can say. I don't know, Dr. Mo, how you are handling it. But for me, I just say many Hail Marys and hope that God will help us. Another question was that why don't we just forget about Labour Party and just move into the SDP? The SDP has its own issues too, but mostly I know if you leave the PDP, I'm still saying the Labour Party and move into SDP, not PDP, SDP. If you move into the SDP, they're already a state structure. And the Labour Party is bigger than SDP as we speak today. Because the Labour Party has one governor, SDP doesn't have any. The Labour Party has about 7 senators. I don't think SDP has any, or maybe they have one. The Labour Party has about more than 10 members of the House of Reps. I don't know how many SDP has, if they have any. We have over 30 members of State Assembly. I don't think the SDP has any. So honestly, we are a bigger party than SDP. So I don't think we want to just quit and move into their space just like that. But anyway, if that is a popular opinion, I'm willing to do that, because it's not about me. It's about the interest of people who believe that a new Nigeria is possible. So it's not about me. That is it. So if that is the case, if majority of our people feel that is the way to go about it, that's the way to achieve getting a new Nigeria, why not? Gabata Kaini, there we go. Lastly, the question about why wasting time to sack Abure. The Supreme Court has already sacked him. We don't know why. We are just waiting for INEC to finish its own work and come up with who they want to replace Abure's name with on their website. That's what we're waiting for now. But whatever it's making them to waste time, I really don't know. But just like I said, we've waited for over a month, slightly above a month, from 4th of April to today is 14th. That's more than a month. So we are hoping that our lawyers will advise us accordingly on what the next move should be. And we will do that. So by the time we meet again in a couple of weeks, in a fortnight, I should have something to say about that. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mo. Thank you, everyone. And thanks for the interest you have in the Labour Party. Thanks for your contribution that you have made to build the party, because I know quite a number of people have spent lots of money. You've put in your sweat, you've put in your funds, you've put in your energy. We really appreciate you. And may God continue to bless and guide us all through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Senator Nenandi Usman, the chairman of the Labour Party. Thank you so much for the expose and all the insights that you have given today. Alhaji Ibrahim Abdulkarim, please, I'd just like you to take 2 minutes and just talk to us before we leave here. I also know that you were part of a committee, a disciplinary committee, but you can just give us an overview before we leave.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mo, if my chair have already said things, what else do I have to come and jump here and stay waiting? You can't say anything after chair. I'm supposed to have come first, make my own presentation before chair. But now I think I will just say parade go.
Thank you so much.
On a lighter note, I think we are on the right path. And I don't know why it's echoing. Dr. Mo, do you know why it's echoing?
Hello? We can hear you loud and clear, though. You're not echoing from here.
Yeah, it's echoing for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's echoing.
Are you sure that your network has not been infiltrated by some...
You know me, maybe... my people, they pursue me today.
Oh yes, we saw something today. Yeah. So we are waiting. Have you been invited? Have you been picked already?
When we finish with them, I think that's what is happening to my phone. Let me just leave you so that I can restart mine and then put some security detail. I think that's why it's echoing.
Okay, but yeah, Ibrahim Abdul Karim, I know we're going to have you. We will have you come back. We will set a time for you in the next 48 hours so that you can give us updates. If you have a chance tomorrow, we could have you because it's very important to
I'll gladly
to have
the
update of what's happening with you, so that we are not taken unawares and we're not taken by surprise. But I hear you and I thank you for what you said. Thank you so much. For those who are here, that's Ibrahim Abdul Karim, the DG of the Big Tent. There's so much happening right now, and you don't want to miss tomorrow. After talking with him, I'll ensure that I put it up on time, so he can be here to talk to us. And next tomorrow, we'll continue our conversation on electoral reform. For those who missed when Honorable Ben Atena Bennett came up, I think is the most explosive on electoral reform. A lot is happening. We'll be back again to listen to that. But that being said, Madam Senator, the Labour Party chair, we want to thank you sincerely for your humility, for your clarity, for always being there to talk to us, even on X Space, to give us updates. We are not taking these for granted. We thank you. So many people, like I said, they will never do. And this is kind of leadership that Nigeria needs right now, where we can reach people at the top. They can come down from their high horse and be able to talk to us sincerely and give us hope for where we're going. I would try and talk to you if in the next couple of days there are updates. I will set up an emergency, room so that we can get direct updates from you. I will just ensure that we have a lot more time so that we can advertise it very well and have more people join us to be able to get the update. That being said, for everyone that has joined us here, the space is recorded. You can listen to it again. And that's why we're keeping it just within 1 hour. I know that Saddam's space is up right now for the obedience and friends and family. Please, you can join them and also be a part of that wonderful space where Nigerian issues have been talked about. That being said, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. Have a wonderful good night and God bless you. A new Nigeria is possible.
It's possible. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes. Exactly. So you need to that's the point of see where you from. Go dig. Hey, that's not to marry into course. Now that phone
Upon reaching there, we realized that this meeting in question has already ensued all the way from Monday, given the fact that upon their submission or publishing of the result on Friday, that the outcry, the responses from the masses was quite a thing. So they immediately subjected their system to instant review, at which point they gathered from the report we got and from the people we met on ground. They gathered parastatals from across the country, some from the east and the rest part of the country. Part of the people that were there that I met who happened to already be on ground as of when we came were one of the professors from the University of Nigeria, Professor Wog, and a few other ones. And then there were also representatives from National Association of Private Proprietors, as NAPS, and a few other people from all across the country. Now, the objective of this gathering was to unravel the root causes behind the unexpectedly poor candidate performance and to establish clear measures to restore confidence in the integrity of the assessment process. And this meeting started at 10 a.m. Of course, we had breakfast and all that. And then, like I said, and of course, we also had the consulting of the software vendors. They were also available. I think there were 2 or 3 sets of them. So the discussion commenced with a comprehensive analysis of the existing system architecture. We reviewed their software, that is the powerhouse from JAMB interface, not from the vendors, but from the software interface from JAMB. And we were paying particular attention to how examination content was delivered to candidates, and the other part that we are also very important to us was how that delivery, as in whether the delivery was consistently online, that is server streamed, or whether it was locally cached. And the reason why we had to make that distinction is to start from the beginning at the very first time to ascertain whether it was a network issue or not, especially as it concerns the students. And the discussion further investigated the existence and efficacy of randomization mechanisms for both the questions and the answer options, given the fact that a priori we are also aware that wrong permutations can also be part of the problem. So these were the things that we were looking out for. The whole scrutiny was aimed at determining whether, shuffling protocols were uniformly enforced, how were the answers managed, and if there was consistency of correct answer mapping across the candidates following the randomization. And then we also paid attention to the scoring and marking logic. This line of inquiry, like I previously reported, had a few things in mind. One, assessing the capability of the system to reconstruct questions and answer mappings, and to evaluate the response accuracy with complete transparency. There was nothing to hide. So it was this particular one was a critical determination point for us, because we wanted to be sure that if we call up for each candidate's raw response, that we should be able to retrieve it. So these were what I'm giving you the background of our progressive research or review. We also looked at the quality assurance and testing frameworks that was involved in the whole reviewing of load testing procedures, verifying the consistency of the deployment builds across the centers, whether This, in fact, one of the most sought after possibility was whether any last minute hot fixes or patches were applied, either during the exam or after the exam period. So these were the things that that had us focus on. Then, the last but not the least was the possible human factor influence. We sought clarity on whether any manual post-processing occurred during this calculation. Um, so on and so forth. So, and then we also reasoned with the board as to the level of FOI and their willingness to publish anonymized candidate level result data if it comes down to that. So this focus, drove a lot into the review, because the moment we started with this session, the first place that we needed to see was the marking room. So we were led into the marking room, where already for the past 48 hours, JAMB officials and the parastatals they called on Monday were already seated and reviewing the reports. And so by the time we arrived, a minimum of 20 complete reports have already been reviewed. And the reason it took that long is because I think it takes a minimum of 2 to 3 hours to complete a review of one report based on the empirical formula or the empirical review system that they already built before we came. So they provided us with the reporting schematics, which we looked around, saw it was open, plain, no hidden charges or anything. The questions, the answers, the expected report, or rather expected score versus what was given, was already there. And so one of the critical discoveries that we made during this session, or rather, revolved around 3 changes. Like I pointed out before, revolved around 3 changes that were quite obvious at the end of the day. I'll get to that, but let's go through the scheme of all the sessions that we had. So after we were shown around the tech room, JAMB tech room, not the software vendors, because we don't know them. They came like we did. After they came, after we reviewed the JAMB tech room, we came over to the meeting section, the card session, where we now got to engage the JAMB members, that is the board, including the registrar and the PRO and every other parastatal that was involved, both in the critical analysis before we came and on the ongoing analysis. So right there in the hall, the registrar summoned one of the vendors, because obviously there were like 2 sets of vendors. So he summoned the first vendor, and their own systemic analysis of the problem. And he provided the much that they already had available. And when we compared it on a and took what JAMB. That's what the analytic, the internal auditors and the analysts that were brought in took them into consideration. Out of about, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So they called out 458 and said it was valid. We checked.
Oh, I think his network went off. Let me let him know. Your network went off. Please rejoin and let me know. Just a moment, please. Sorry, his network went off. Let me find him again. Okay, so I'm bringing him up again. So, Mr. James.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay.
All right. So out of the few Lagos centers that were identified as good by the first vendor, like I was saying, 3 random selections were made, 2 were flagged as bad from JAMB, and only 1 out of the 3 was basically the same thing as what JAMB got. So we disregarded the first report, though he said that was peripheral. The person who was doing a scientific analysis was also in the board, which is the second vendor, and we requested for their own data. There was a 100% match. Where they said it's good was good with JAMB, and where they said it was bad with JAMB. And now, let's look at what we're talking about when we say it's good, or when we say it's bad. What was categorized empirically as bad was any center within a session. Any center within a session. Now, first of all, a session for JAMB comprises of 250 candidates. 250 candidates. So, if there are in that 250 candidates, no matter the number of centers that they are spread across, if there is any center within that session that was flagged as bad, JAMB flags the session as bad. That was the first criteria. And so when we did it with the in comparison with the analysts, I mean the tech guys, it was obvious that there was the first one had disparity, but the second one had a better in-depth understanding, or rather a better analysis that 100% matched JAMB, and as a matter of fact had a bit more than JAMB already flagged. So we started a match between the two. That is between the empirical that JAMB already were using and the one that was coming directly from the system logs. There and then it was agreed that the only way to have a complete number was to intercept their scientific or computer-based analysis, and JAMB empirical formula. Wherever there is good on both sides, that's the only one that will be accepted as good. If there is bad either side, whether you said good on left and bad on right, is bad. As long as there is one bad, either on the left-hand side or right-hand side, is bad. That was now the criteria that we agreed on and focused on to now correlate all the affected centers. Now, as of when we finished the analysis, a few things have already been noted. Based on the proposal of the registrar, there were, based on the speech of the registrar, there were three to five proposals that were made. One, which we are also based on the incident reports strategy that I already read out. That is attention to probably scoring and marking logic, quality assurance, efficacy of randomization mechanisms, and so on and so forth. All those things that I already mentioned across. So based on that, he made some propositions and we focused on them. So the proposed correlation that we're talking about now was the first one. That is correlation between good centers and in-house quality assurance, which is the empirical formula that we're talking about. So once we concluded on that correlation, we moved to the next step. The next step was now an evidence-based check on both sides. Evidence-based check in the sense that if we already have the understanding that this analysis that we are here for, this review that we are here for, they've already gone ahead to start it, which was good. We didn't want to mix up possibilities that whatever they are currently showing us was based on probably selected few. So to identify and ascertain that they were using the right parameter, I provided them with a random registration number of students who we have on our database as complaints. They keyed it into the system. We brought up their data set. We opened it on the screen. And there and then, everything that we have as complaints was a match on their screen and already flagged as bad from them, from both ends. That is from the accepted system analysis and from the empirical formula by the experts that were already on ground. And we didn't stop there. We pushed the 18,000 requests that we have already gathered from the masses. We pushed it into the system and requested that there be a review to see where all of them fall in. All of them. So the first process was to filter them and remove any duplicates. Duplicates usually comes from the possibility that someone who submitted, because it's a Google form, right? Someone who submitted a Google sheet, click and submit again. So once we were able to remove the duplicates, the number came down to roughly 15,000 and something. That's what we now fed into the system. And there and then we realized that not only is the empirical formula correct, the analytical scheme was also accurate, because from the 15,000 that we sent in, that were all complaints, above 14,000 of them fell within the jurisdiction that we are already flagged as bad. So that was a major conviction for us in terms of noting what the root cause was. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are. You are.
Perfect.
It's,
All right.
it's Dr.
So,
Fabian that came in. That's the JAMB PRO.
perfect. All
Okay.
right. Welcome, Doc. So,
Thank you very much.
so based on this now, we now decided, okay, fine. Let's now have, based on these empirical formula and these scientific formula, because as a matter of fact, um, there was a push to use what was already working, because obviously JAMB has been trying to reach out to the tech team from that Monday. So whether for fear or whatever, they didn't show up on Monday. They showed up the same day as we did. And so, of course, JAMB wouldn't wait for them. They already started with theirs. And realizing that even when the team came with their own, that they weren't so far from the reality. There was a divide as to whether to go with the empiricals as so as to arrive quickly as at a solution. But that suggestion was denied, or rather um, refuted by one of the major stakeholders available, who said, and of course he was correct, that empirical formula will is prone to error, not because it's not right, but because it can omit some important information. And this was backed up by the system engineer, who there and then pointed out that what could happen is that where we have 50 from empirical formula, the system could have gotten 70. So we decided to have a marriage between the two. That's what led to the intercept that we talked about. That is the correlation. Okay, so once those parts were decided, we moved on. And now uh, decided to now take a full analysis of JAMB and their proceeds, how they proceed with everything. So we started asking the questions. And this, I would say, is close to summary that I could give at this point, because now it's a meeting, you're taking notes, you're asking questions, you're getting answers, you are a part of the review. So I'll try as much as possible to narrow it down to what were the issues that we identified. The discovery made during this session revolved around three major systemic changes that we are introduced in 2025 UTME. The first one was the fact that before now, that is prior to 2025, as implied or reported by the registrar himself, there was a shift from the traditional count-based analysis to a more robust source-based analysis of results. And I will explain what I understood from that. A count-based analysis goes this way. If a student who is meant to write chemistry, physics, and mathematics, and English is given a question, the question will comprise of 180 questions. That is, the exam will comprise of 180 questions, 40 each from chemistry, physics, and mathematics, and then 60 from English, making a total of 180, right? Now, if that 180 is expected from 50 students, count-based analysis is designed in such a way that the system expects that over 70 or 80% of these students must complete 180 questions. That is, the submitted answers for the questions must be up to 180. Now, that design worked for as long as it worked because, well, the idea is very simple. If over 70, 80% say in a particular center submitted up to 180 questions. That means there was no problem in the center per se, right? That was good. But what they came up with this time around was that if they are really interested in ensuring um, a more holistic, a more holistic analysis of the system in integrity during exam, they needed to look into the questions and the answers. That was the first um, introduction. So instead of counting 180 students, 180 questions and answers, they moved even deeper into the questions and answers themselves. How right were the answers to the questions that were answered, right? And how close of the 50, what percentage, right, had a good match of answered questions to right correct answers. So that was the first introduction. Now the second one, that's the second change, was a full-scale reshuffling of the answer options. Usually, of course, we know that in our own days, the olden days, what we know JAMB for is typing, right? Um, you you are seated with a neighbor, the person is type C, you are type A. What that means is that if you're writing English, both of you are at the same time. Your number one is number 10. We've always known that part with JAMB. Now, transcending it into the system was part of what we noted as, from every report given, as um, as a new inclusion in the system, that is in the CBT system. And then that actually was um, was a major improvement per se, if you look at it from integrity constraint. And the third one, which we also noted, was that they had a series of improvements in marking scheme per se. They improved the marking scheme. You know, there is something that we all are aware of. Children answer 180 questions, but from that 180 questions, 400 as a score is generated, right? How they do whatever permutation they use to get to spread out 180 questions to 400 questions. 180 score to 400 score. It's obvious to mathematicians. It's obvious to me, for instance. But it's there are like 300 to 600 ways that you can do the same thing, right, and still arrive at that. So they had an improvement on that algorithm, and it was a major policy change that, from all indication, especially from the reports of the ones that were okay, made them record the best UTME score in 15 years and more. It's the best they have had. And as a matter of fact, reportedly, were it not because of this glitch, this would have been the best record that they have ever had. So while these improvements were sound to us in theory, we needed to know how this became a problem. What flawed it? Where was it flawed? So that was now a major operational um, check that we went into. And we realized from their complaints and reports that a system patch was necessary to support the whole shuffling, the whole question and answer shuffling, and it was meant to be fully deployed across the two server clusters that supports KAD and LAG, right? And there was an omission. And that omission is what I'm about to explain as I understood it. First question, KAD. Um, KAD, actually, according to what I learned, contains all northern states, excluding 6: Kano, Katsina, Jigawa, Niger, Kogi, and FCT. 6 northern states are excluded from KAD, and in their place, 6 south-south states are included. Then LAG, which is the second cluster, consists of all the southern states without inclusion of those 6 south-south states that are already part of KAD, plus the whole 6 northern states, the Kano, Katsina, Jigawa, Niger, Kogi, and FCT that we are taking from the other side. So obviously, they already had a mix of all the geopolitical zones in those 2 clusters, right? And now, the 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 push, that is the patch that we have discussed a priori, before now, was meant to be sent to these 2 servers simultaneously. They sent that patch. They had their quality assurance test on the centers that were in the patch, taking random test samples and exams from the centers that they selected. According to the report, everything passed before they gave the go-ahead order to the vendors to publish, that is to synchronize to the base stations, that is the local catch where these exams will be written. Now, their recovery from everything that we gathered only happened on the session 17. Now, what they call a session is like I said, 250 candidates, right? 250 candidates is a session, and we could have in Lagos alone, we could have up to 16 sessions involved, right? Kano, Kaduna, and everywhere else. So by the time they moved, the exams already started. 1 to 16 sessions have gone through before JAMB, not even the not even the system handlers. JAMB board, following the result, noticed that the patch was not doing what it should do. That is, shuffling off results. And they called the attention of the handlers, who made a bug fix. I will call it bug fix now because it's supposed to be a system working that has been tested and trusted and pushed. So they made a bug fix and sent it out. Now, this will be a second time that they are sending it out, but this time around, while exam was already going on, right? And that was on the 17th session, right? So from everybody who wrote exam within the 17th session, that is the 17th session, the results were okay all the way up. I also got to understand that an attempt was made to patch the previous 16, and though they came to JAMB with the information that it has gone through, it was obvious from the outcry, because when they said it has gone through, that they have reflected it, probably JAMB checked it, right, and confirmed that it's been done, which is the reason why some, even amongst the 16, were not counted as bad, even while we were having the test. So whatever they used to check it, they were convinced that everything was sorted, so they published results. On a normal day, I don't think from the report they gave that if they knew that it wasn't yet patched on those 16 earlier sessions, I don't think they would have published results. But they had the conviction that based on whatever QA that was available to them, between them and the vendors, that their test was okay. So they went ahead and published the results on Friday, only for us to now see these massive ton of events. Now, as a result of this, during this test that we are talking about, it was discovered that 92 centers in Southeast and 65 centers in Lagos only were affected. That's a total of 157 centers. And they did not receive that. Even the backward patch, they did not receive it. So obviously, 57 centers was outdated, and this affected a total of, like we saw in the whole report, total of discovered 379,997 candidates. And there was a pattern. That pattern was simple. The very first, because we had this on all kinds of analytical data sets. We had it on Excel sheet. We had it on all kinds of printouts after it was analyzed. We noticed that from every impacted center, the very first session of that state, for instance, were okay. So you find in Lagos, for instance, you find in a cluster of batch. There's one batch that wrote the same day. You find the very first line having an average score of 280 to 313. But immediately after that, the rest 169, 160, 153, 159, and down. So we noticed that. I mean, it was obvious that the patch was a failure. Now, like I said before, to verify the scale and accuracy of this collaboration, we gave them our data and they fixed it in, and we realized that every complaint that we had, if we had 18,000 and we gave them, after filtering, it came down to 14,000 and something out of that data set were within these areas that we already pointed out, that is, areas in the lag cluster. So in response to these findings, Professor Oloyede, that is the registrar, instantly, a lot of things happened, right? The vendors, he didn't give them any breathing space. He, in fact, wanted to cancel everything that came from them. But while we were there in the panel, we were reasoning everything. There were concerns that we raised. One, the fact that whatever they came up with there and then was the truth of what could have happened. Can we now check the authenticity of the rest that we are not flagged as good? I mean, that we are flagged as good, not flagged as bad. If we can ascertain both empirically and scientifically that these ones are good, we should hold on to them, because that will help to reduce the number of the number of students that we will be dealing with. It was this decision that now subjected us to actually taking into consideration not just if everything was good. If everything was good, what should have been the right thing? So at that point, we requested for the mark of one random student, another random student, a couple of them. We requested for them to be spread on the screen. I gave them the numbers. I had to get it from the Excel sheet. One from Lagos, one from Kaduna, one from not Kaduna, Sokoto, and then we put them on the screen. And we, members of the panel, were subjected to counting the number of questions that we had gotten in subjects. When I say subject, we chose physics. I think it was physics. We chose physics. We opened the 40 questions. 15 questions that were there. No, I think it was more than that, because what we counted at the end of the day was 13 good. That is 13 that matched. This is how we matched it. From every single question, there was a column for the corresponding answer letter that the child provided and the correct answer that was expected of that question. So, question 1, student answer A, expected answer B. Obviously, the child failed that question. Question 2, student answer D, provided answer D. That's A. So you get the idea of how we made our count. So wherever there is a match between what the student answered and what is expected of that answer, we count it as 1. And so we counted 1 completely from beginning to end of a valid student. A valid student, that's a student. And we placed it into the system that was meant for the resulting sheet, and with the exact score that was on the student's paperwork. That is a good one. When we did the same thing for a flagged child, that's a flagged student, there's a disparity, right? So we noted that part. And now the rest were just these kinds of I'm trying to be as detailed as possible, but at the same time not take all our times in the jargons, right? So this was the kind of in-depth review that we had. It comprised of all these that I mentioned. So by the time we identified that everything so far that have been used as the criteria for the review are valid, both technologically and empirically, that was when we now came down to that conclusion that these 3 updates, though they were good, were the cause of the problem. First, they came late because it's expected that if you have such patch, remember we already mentioned our criteria for checking, which included the software stack, the possibility of randomization of questions, the assessment of capability of the system to give back the questions, that is the question answer mappings, and then the quality assurance testing, the potential of human factor influence, right? These were the things that I told you that we based these reviews on. So looking at these critically and following this whole review, we came together with that conclusion that one, though they did their quality assurance, it was flawed. Quality assurance testing was flawed. Um, Flawed in the sense that though they are not in charge of the the um the question the let's say the development of the software, it was and is and remains their jurisdiction to own what was built for them. And so when we already noted that part, quality assurance was a problem. The second part was also flagged, which is um, the late patch. Sending a patch into a system that is already um, being marked, or being used per se, and an exam question for that matter, an exam system for that matter. So these were two counts that were flagged immediately by virtue of our analytics technique. The other one wasn't. That is whether the question bank was locally cached or server streamed. They were not server streamed, they were locally cached. And the idea is simple. We are in Nigeria, we know what network is all about. So um, the system structure was built in such a way that just before the exam day, every particular center will receive everything that is required to completely run the exam. However, they are meant to resync to the system, that is to the general system, that is the clusters, the server, the online server. They are meant to resync everything to the online server for marking, I believe. If there is any part of this that I got wrong, I want to believe that there are some of the parastatals that are here that can make a correction to that. But this is what I got. That they bring the questions and answers, everything down to the system for the report for the exams. But the whole question and answer at the end of the day gets synced back to the general system, that is the one online. And this obviously was the reason why the students were not getting. It's possibly the reason for not giving out the results instantly, apart from the other reason that they gave, that it's actually for the protection of the students, because when they release results in patches, for instance, you write today, they send it out to you. Our Yahoo boys, um, sabotage it by using the opportunity, the span of that openness, to start bombarding students with fake information, fake results, giving them the assurance that though you got, for instance, somebody can send you a message and say you got 192, but we can work it for you. You can get 300. Just send 30,000, something like that. It was part of the reports that they gave as experiences of the past that made them first and foremost remove instant result delivery. The second one was for unified delivery of the results, meaning though everybody could have gotten it the day you wrote, but if it is still a single exam, it is better when everybody has written, and then they on their own end will collate and release into the result server, which, by the way, is separate from their internal server. And the reason they have that separation is that even if you have access to the result server, because it's HTML or something, I mean internet, of course you just do console, do Control C, and you get the code, the source code of HTML. You can change the report and print stuff like that. Even if you do that, your authentic result remains what it is in the system. So if anybody is interested in your authentic result, they can always call up what it is and feed the person. So these were the engineering ideas behind holding back the results and releasing them all at once after everybody have written. Okay, so we noted that part too. So now, in a nutshell, because at this point I want to start rounding up. In response to everything that we have preferred, Prof. Oloyede actually was vehement on his stand. His stand was, I can't trust this system anymore. I can't trust these people. I can't trust their result. If you ask me, let's use what we know. We already have these children and their um, their current state at heart. Can we do it our way? In fact, seeing him, and you know, generations, right? Tech generations, they keep shifting from one space to another. It was a slap on the face for him. He kept moving. He kept crying. We now, the people that were in the panel, were. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I want to ask you a question. I think at this
Yes,
point,
please.
I want to ask you a question. Just a simple question.
Yes.
After that,
Yes.
and I'll like Chivoda to speak, and Fabian, because
Okay,
we
good.
need to bring in people to speak. So
Okay.
now, the simple question is, they have already rescheduled for receipt, right? Why can't, there's
Sorry.
already been a reschedule for receipt, right? Based on your
Okay.
current understanding of the system, why can't we just mark it? What is the reason from your findings before I go to other people? And
Okay.
Tamara, can hear a little bit snap over exhausted
Okay.
one more, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. From my point of view, I have to be honest with you. They can remark, but it's not that obvious from everything that has happened, because at this point we can't ascertain whether the reshuffling of the answers, right, was saved along with the raw data of these students. So that's actually the big deal there. I would, on a normal day, want to go with remark, but we couldn't, even from where we were standing, ascertain whether that answer reshuffling, question reshuffling, would have an impact on the raw data that we are collected from the students. So instead of we subjecting these students to another authenticity constraints, why don't we believe in the students that if though difficult to come back, right? But as long as they did it before, if they are given an opportunity, they can do it again. These are the two reasons why we accepted rewrite from the proposal that he gave. I don't know if I'm still in this.
Yes, we can still hear you.
Oh, okay. So basically, I tried to be as I mean, to give that as summary as possible. But I believe that like I said, they are listening, and any other person could throw more light into that, but that's what we got. That's what we got. So I will conclude now. The speech that we talked about was scheduled for 3 p.m. and on that same day. And in that meeting, in that brief, the registrar
looks like he's kicked off. Can't see him anymore. Sheikh, can you still hear him?
No, I think he's gone. And Alex, I don't know if Alex can hear because it seems like he's having network issues as well.
Yeah, Alex is having network issues, but I think we can.
Yeah, maybe it's time to start bringing in other persons. Maybe we want to start with
Yeah, but we need to get this guy back. The Nangilugu guy needs to come back as well, right?
Considering that he was rounding up, I think maybe we can probably like.
We don't, Nigerians, we don't really want to push that way because so many people will just relax and all. Even though I know that a lot of them will not want to take the second option of no writing and waiting for a day that they don't know. But Nigeria being what it is, we want everybody to strive as hard as possible to take the exam. Then those that, for natural reason, that could not take it, this is at our own end. Under normal circumstances, whatever it is, we should be able to bond the cost. So we'll do a lot of things, even if it involves bending backward to ensure that at least everybody, except it becomes very, very obvious, but at least everybody should be given the opportunity to take this examination.
Okay. Yeah, because why I'm asking that ahead. Another question I want to ask now is a lot of people are getting this sleep 6:30 a.m. Please, can you really explain that thing? Because it's causing a lot of national outcry. Why are they getting 6:30 a.m.? Yeah.
But if you look at our sleep, it says 6:30. Then 6:30, even if you come 7:30, you're not late. Exam was not 6:30. But because we know that if you tell people to come 8, some of them will come 8:30.
Okay.
So we believe that if you tell them 6:30, no matter what, even the lazy ones, those ones that are nonchalant and stuff like that, they will try and always, maybe they'll be arriving around 7:30 and stuff like that. But the exam actually starts by 8 o'clock. I will want them, you understand what CBT is. We want them to be seated, for them to relax. Because examination, whatever it is not good for you to just walk into a center. You're just rushing from somewhere. You just walk into a center and begin to write the examination and all this. You may get some things wrong and all, not because you don't know, but because you have rushed, you were unsettled and stuff like that. So at least you should have some little time, even if it is 15 minutes, for you to settle down, relax before you begin the process.
Yeah, I think what I suggest is maybe for next year, I think having, let's say, 7 o'clock looks more realistic because that 6 o'clock exposes people to a lot of risk. In as much as we understand Nigerians, some people also believe that 6:30 hook, line, and sinker. And those people have to leave their houses by 4 a.m. Depends on where they are living. 4:30 a.m. Some people meet armed robbers, some people get kidnapped. A lot of all these things happen because they are trying to write the exam. I think even saying 7:30, I mean, once JAMB says anything later than 7:30, it will help because people react to information. So I think for next year's JAMB, I think we actually need to update that system to at least 7:30 so that we doesn't start creating a lot of national outcry. People are already scared. I'm seeing 7:30 because this is not a wedding ceremony.
Yes. As an agency, you sit down.
I don't know. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear you. I think we've lost him again.
Okay.
But there's some questions I wanted to ask because I think that it seems like we're concluding and accepting what he's proposing.
No, we are not concluding. We just wanted to ask all the questions before we now start debating. So at this point, I think we should bring up 2 people first, or let's say 4 people first, so that we can start engaging in the conversation more deeply.
Yeah, we're just hoping we can come. Okay.
Okay, so Ezechiel, I think we can start conversation. Maybe you can start by asking questions or making your contributions as we wait for Dr. Fabian to come up again.
Okay, Alex, thank you very much. I'm going to be as short as possible. First of all, Alex, big kudos to you guys and your team. I can't explain in words the impact of what you're doing. You may not understand it. People here do not really understand, a whole lot of us do not really understand how education changes people's lives. Education is the cheapest and the easiest way to pull people out of poverty. So showing commitment to it is just beyond, human comprehension. So I would say thank you to you guys. what I wanted to say to Fabian, if he could hear me, I don't think he's here, but if he could hear me, JAMB is already suffering from credibility issue. I am quite happy. I think a large number of Nigerians are happy that they are willing to accept that, yes, there was a mistake. We made a mistake and we are willing to correct it. That shows strong goodwill, very commendable goodwill. Other agencies in Nigeria will react this way when people pick out their shortcomings. The country will not be where we are today. So just for JAMB to complete that goodwill, they need to. I wish Fabian can hear me.
He
JAMB
can hear
needs
you
to
now.
move.
He's here.
I can
Okay.
hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay, Fabian. As I was saying before you came up, right? I would say well done to you. I would say well done to Prof, the leader of JAMB. You guys have done something that we haven't seen in a very long time in the country called Nigeria, where the agency would actually accept that something went wrong, take responsibility, and is willing to correct it. This is great. And I will say, well done to you. Say, please take my well done to Prof. But I would say this, Fabian, JAMB is already suffering a serious crisis of identity and strong, in fact, super ultra strong trust deficit amongst Nigerians. To make this thing whole and to show full willingness to correct it, why don't you guys move this date, shift this date backwards? Give them 3 weeks, give them 1 month. This is a force majeure. It is not your fault. It is nobody's fault, but we want to put standard in place, right? Why don't you guys give them ample time so that there will not be any ifs or buts, or did they do it? Did they not deliberately do it? If you're already suffering from your customer or your client, you will do everything possible to show that, yes, I'm in the open. These are kids. We're not talking about adults that can take shock, that can accept shock, or that can withstand shock. These are young children. A good number of them don't even know their left from their right. If they have gone through this level of trauma, I would think that it would be good for JAMB to, first of all, give them time to recover and then to prepare. I would suggest you push this back by 3 weeks or 1 month. It's not, I don't think it will change anything in your calendar that much. Why am I saying this? No, Fabian, let me finish so you come in. Why am I saying this, right? So that you will regain the trust of Nigeria. See, Nigerians just want something that works. Nigerians will lift you guys high and sing your praises. If you actually show them that, see, this thing, we are willing to do better. So if you put it that way, you will give those children room to recover and to get ready, no matter what their location is. That's one suggestion. The second thing, Fabian, we're in 2025, right? The whole world is listening to us, me and you, as you talk. This is no longer we're talking in Abuja, we're talking in Lagos or in Kaduna or in Enugu or in Owerri. No, the entire world is listening to us, Fabian, right? There's something called standard. Please give me 2 seconds, I'll round off. There's something called standard, right? And JAMB should hold that. You know, when you guys put the exam for 6:30 and say that, oh, it's because some people are lazy, some people don't take things serious, that's why we are putting it 6:30. Out of place. Let me use the very least word. It sounds a bit out of place. Standardize it. When we wrote JAMB back in the days, there is standard. It is 9 o'clock. Considering that these are children,
They will be led by their guardians. Some of them may not have uncles and aunties to lead them. So you have to also make provisions for them to be safe by pushing the timing to when activities would have started in our society. So if you say 8 o'clock, anybody that doesn't get there by 8 o'clock, you're on your own. You won't be let in. If you say that, but if you say 6:30 and you explain it's because Fabian, it sounds like something where children they do. Make a talk am like that. And say this to Prof. Tell him that this is what I say. Fabian, I as a person have been across the four corners of the world. I don't say Nigeria, I mean the world. This is how things are done. Right? Say 8 o'clock. Anybody that doesn't get there by 8 o'clock, you are on your own. There's no ifs or buts. When you say 6:30 and you back that up by saying, oh, it's because some people don't take things seriously. Man, Fabian, if me and you have a business agreement by 8 o'clock and you don't turn up, I'll just walk away. That means you're not serious. But if you put it 6:30 for children, we're talking about kids. We're not talking about me and you. And the country is not that safe. So I think we should put reason to work. Prof is a prof. He has gone through logic. He's a prof. And you don't just become a professor by chance. So he should live up to that. Fabian, think about this. What will his colleagues, who are his fellow professors, be thinking across the world? So please, these are my 2 suggestions just to round off. Thank you. Just to round off, right?
Thank you.
3 points. Thank you, first of all, Fabian. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please, give these children time, 3 weeks, 1 month.
Thank you so
when you
much.
set the exam,
We've already had.
when you set the exam, let me just say that when you set the exam, please standardize it. 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock. That 6:30 explanation, it doesn't hold water. It sounds like waiting children what they do. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for having me. Fabian, well done.
Thank you so much. Dr. Fabian, please, you can respond.
Yeah, thank you very much. The issue of 6 o'clock, we have discussed that. I know I told you earlier that one thing we do in JAMB is that we are a very listening organization. That explains why, if you look at the nature of our inclusiveness, I am not just trying to be modest, but I don't think there's any agency that is as inclusive as we are by way of composition of bringing stakeholders to whatever we do. There is no decision we take in JAMB that we do not subject it to the public scrutiny. We invite people to criticize, to look at the diverse ways of the effect, the consequences of that decision will be on the general public and stuff like that. And this issue now, we've looked at it after the exam. Incidentally, for the first time this year that this issue came up, we used the same 6:30 last year. I'm not sure there was any uproar about it. But this year, a lot of resistance and stuff like that. And I want to assure you that we will look into that, and by the grace of God, something else will be done with the next exercise. But why at times we need candidate to be informed that they should be there earlier and instead of the actual times, because of the processes that are involved before the candidate gets into the examination hall. You need to be screened, you need to do biometric verifications and other the security checks and stuff like that. But we'll look at it because it's becoming a general consensus that, look, this timing is not conducive for this candidate. And I want to assure you that the board will also look at that, and Prof will come up with something that will be at least acceptable to everybody. The issue of this candidate shifting the exam by 1 or 2 weeks, honestly, let me be fair to you. We wish we could, if we had the opportunity. We wish we could. Just what I told you earlier, the only option we have, if we are not doing it this week, is to do it in August. We don't have June at all. We don't have July. Because at the beginning of the year, we met NECO, WAEC, MBT, the 4 of us, 4 examination body, met and shared the time. Each of the examination body took a slot, and JAMB took the first shot. Now, we all announce our schedules. We will take the first slot, WAEC will come, NECO will come, and then NAPTEP will follow last. it will be difficult for us to begin to encroach into any of those agents. In fact, the registrar had to, if you look at the test, you will see that he had to thank WAEC repeatedly for agreeing to adjust for us to take these few days. But just as I've explained earlier, we will do everything humanly possible to ensure that. I understand perfectly well that, look, you need time, this candidate needs time to settle down and all these things. Unfortunately, this has happened. We didn't plan for it at all. We are saddened by it. We regret it. We apologize. But if we decide to shift this, as I speak with you now, all our officials are already in the field in Lagos. In fact, we have done even the download for tomorrow's examination. So let us, I want to plead that let us see how the examination will go. One of our stakeholders earlier on, as I was coming home, the registrar called me that he spoke with him, and I believe he's also here and he's listening. And he also raised some concern on how do we, either by way of phoning and all these things, that candidate can, if they have one or two issues to raise and all these things, that they can get somebody that will attend to them promptly. And he was the one that even suggested that, okay, our ticketing platform that we have our website, most candidates will not even know that it's there. We should share it on social media so that they will see it, so that when they have one or two challenges, by way of whether they miss exam, clash, we know that there's not going to be any clash because we've made necessary arrangements with the examination body is concerned. But at least if they have any challenge, they can raise those issues and all this. And I believe we want to be as flexible as possible to ensure that everybody is accommodated. We perfectly understand the concern you have raised, but please, this is an extraordinary situation. It's not something, it's just like an accident. So at times when you have an accident, there are so many ways that you can, get into some conventional, some unconventional, just to get yourself out of the situation. So it's not a deliberate thing that we sat down and say, okay, we're going to do exam now. No. If you look at the amount of pleading that we even pleaded with WAEC for them to adjust for us to have this call, because we understand by if we miss our policy meeting in June or July, it will also affect the calendar. I don't know whether some of you were in the Twitter handle that we had in the morning, that I had with some people in the morning. There are candidates, among these candidates, there are some of them that applied to go to NDA. And the NDA exam is coming up in the next 3 weeks. So if they don't take this exam, what that means is that they will also miss the NDA exam. So these are all the factors that will look at it. Some of them about 5 candidates were complained that their examination, their NDA examination is coming up either in 2 weeks' time. I think in 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time, yes, because I think either last week of May or first week of June. And if you do not have result by that time, they will miss that exam. And once they miss that exam, it's another trouble again, because post history would have started with us, with what had happened for them not to have the result when they're supposed to have it, and then the whole thing. So there are so many things that are involved, that if you shift this exam, that will become, you are trying to avoid one particular challenge, but you may end up causing some that will be more this thing than what we're trying to avoid.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Fabian. So at this point, I want Chief Osita to speak before we get somebody else. So now that here, Chief Osita, good evening. Chief Osita, can you hear me? Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
I
sorry.
can hear you.
Yes, so sorry we lost you
Mm.
at some point when the thing went off.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we, yeah, so I wanted to ask you a question. So being part of the crucial meetings, I mean, you've been part of most of the crucial meetings with JAMB. Now, Mr. James has been able to give us a brief, technical brief. Dr. Fabian has also given us a lot of insights. One, decisions around the retaking of the exam, also decisions around the timing. We also read something when we had to also tell him that the 6:30 a.m. that they write on children's script does not make sense because it exposes them to a lot of danger. In as much as the exam starts, I think around 8 o'clock, as he clearly said. So why should they not tell people 8 o'clock or 7:30 at most? But I mean, we should also start setting standard. Then another question is why you were there when they were making this decision. The thing is, we we had an option to retake to remark the 6 scripts. there's an option to retake the exams. So can you give us like an insight of what informed all these things? And also, why did they have to batch, let's say, for instance, Southeast, they batch Southeast all in one particular cluster and Lagos. So the entire Southeast were down. So it started appearing as if there is maybe like a regional bias, because the whole point is there is a particular target on the Southeast. Can what in your decisions, do you think that is true? What do you think?
Thank you. I must say that this is an issue that has attracted very serious attention and concern. And when it first came, everybody was tagging me at Tenor Center, say something, do something. I said, no, we don't react to public stories. We respond with facts and data. So when we call out organizations like INEC, we have done a freedom of information. We have received all their reports, and then we come out and say the election in Edo is faulty, and INEC has tampered with the beavers. So we, and not INEC, not anybody has taken us to court. Nobody has countered us and said you are wrong. So that's the importance of going by evidence. So on reaching out for evidence, we wrote JAMB asking for 10 years results, asking for things, but the Registrar General decided to invite me to join the review. So I was happy with that because I'm involved in the education sector. I am deeply involved to the extent that I have a CBT center in Obosi. Somebody said to me today that, why are you defending JAMB? Is it because of your CBT center? I say, CBT center, what? The last year, what JAMB paid us for the exams they took in the center was 1.8 million. The four staff that are there, their combined salary is almost 2-point-something million. Some of them are even temporary staff. So the CBT center is something I'm very proud of as my contribution to exams. But I must say that prior to this exam, this is one of the few years, this year, JAMB was very particular about the testing, about the changes in cameras, about the bot downloads. So our IT consultant had to come to Obosi almost 4 times. I was beginning to complain. I said, this money I spend on you going to Obosi every week from Port Harcourt, JAMB doesn't even pay us that much. But we changed a lot of things, cameras, everything. They were testing and testing. So I must say that this exam was one that a lot went into. That said, the decision when the exam happened, when the failure happened, and it was sequestered to the 6 states in the Southeast, and it was from session 1 to session 16, meaning that session 17 and above were okay. And I have many schools that gave me their data suggesting that students who took the exams from session 17 all had fairly good results. So 3 issues were before us. Number one, is this result out of sync with the national historical results? The answer was no. That actually in every JAMB exam, about 80% of the students score less than 200. That was scandalous to me. I didn't realize it was that poor. Secondly, is this challenge? Why did INEC quality assurance system fail in identifying it? Your boy has analyzed this, the technical data, so I won't go back there. Then the third one, if we're going to do are we sure this thing happened only in the East? So because of that, question papers were randomly taken from the other 30 states, aside of Lagos and the Southeast. And they did a manual remark. The manual remark, I was a witness to it, was like drawing blood. Because like Mr. Nanyelugo explained, the answers are scattered. So yeah, A is my B, yeah, B is my C. So they have to read out the question, read out the answer, and each of the marking person will then check which answer is the correct one. So there is no like 1 is A, 2 is B. So the process of marking those randomly selected papers took a whole day with about 30 people or so doing it. And the results in the other states showed that they were consistent, chosen across sessions, just to see for consistency. So now the question is, should we then re-upload the things in the Southeast and remark? The JAMB registrar says, I do not trust these things anymore. Once bitten, twice shy. But beyond not being, not trusting it, was the question of, can JAMB actually give somebody 2 results in one exam? Can we have 2 people, can we have 1 person getting 2 results? And my view was, no, you can't, because nobody can adhere to the integrity of these now reloaded answers. We can't vouch for its veracity because no human hand touches it, but we can vouch for what has happened. So I was particular in the conversation because when it narrowed down to the Southeast, I then knew that we had a problem, because that meant that a zone, is almost like being targeted. But I saw the contractor, I saw the consultant, I heard their story as narrated by Nenandi. And then my attitude was, guys, listen, what is most important for me is that systems failure is a part of every technical system. So we should not make a fetish of technology that it cannot fail. It can fail. But what is important and what is happening today is that when it fails, you must come clean with what happened so that lessons can be learned, systems can be upgraded, and the stakeholders can have an oversight into what happened. So the choice of JAMB of bringing the private school proprietors, Parents Teachers Association, NGOs, the CEEs, the Chief External Examiners from every state, for me is an example of what an organization should do. Because JAMB could have doubled down, and like I said, they can say, go to court if you have an issue. This is our final result. But causing us to come and opening their system and allowing us to question it, for me, is the lesson that we should take away from this crisis. And in doing that, the idea of retaking the exam was accepted by all, because we cannot now, if somebody has scored 160 and you remark and it's 220, the person is still going to question, are you sure this was my answer? Because I was hoping I would get 280. So I said you should retake it. But then the question of when should it be retaken? It then turns out that in Nigeria, we do JAMB in April, we start WAEC in May, then we go to NECO in June, then we go to one Islamic exam starts in July, and then admissions are in September. So it meant that if we miss this window, then the next time they will take the exam will probably be somewhere in August. And like I'm sure Mr. Fabian will have explained that. So we then had the registrar talk to JAMB, to WAEC, and this date was agreed on. Now, the question is, the students are traumatized, they need a short time to travel and all of that. I have 2 responses to that as an education person. I am the chairman of Anambra State Education Council, and I also supervise and monitor our 3rd term exams, which is usually statewide exam. So I'm very particular about it. I also volunteer to the Montgomery County Public School System in Maryland, where I used to reside. So I'm very particular about education. So my question is, JAMB is not an achievement test, as the registrar pointed out, and as we know. It is a ranking test. The questions are multi-choice questions. So any student that is preparing for WAEC and JAMB, if you are preparing for WAEC, it is an achievement test. So you will have written the multi-choice question, the practical, and also the theory part. So by the time you finish the theory, you can forget everything you have crammed for the exam. You will need to refresh yourself to cram again to rewrite it. But in this situation, this is multi-choice question. This is a ranking test. So most of the questions that you were confronted in the last 1 day too, they may also be confronted with them because it's from a question bank. Now, the people that have their results already marked, in my view, and you have taken the exam, it will be unfair to grant the other people, if there is going to be a retest, a longer time to prepare for the exam. So my attitude was that the exam is not an achievement test. They are not going to write anything from memory. It is what is confronting you. If you know the answer, you will know the answer, whether you know it or you don't know it. So even if you prepare from now till the kingdom come, knowing that WAEC and JAMB run the same syllabus, WAEC and JAMB. So for many people who are saying the students, they need time to prepare, is a valid point. But their time to prepare and taking the exams to be able to use it for admission are two issues that we must confront. Because if they don't take this exam now, it will not be useful for admissions in September. So I want to assure people that from my own record and from my own knowledge of education, and I've been involved in multiple education issues, I believe that a ranking test with multiple choice answers is an. In fact, some people, they will attempt JAMB multiple times before they take the exam. So I think that we are on the, we should appreciate that this is a peculiar situation and we're applying a peculiar response. 300 and something students missing out on admission, or holding back 1.5 million students whose results were not affected. None of them will be a good response in my view. So why I'm particular about JAMB is that if government institutions in Nigeria will learn to call relevant stakeholders and subject themselves to oversight, this whole go to court idea will stop in Nigeria, and the agencies can accept their error and make amends. I will finally say that, and I said it on TV yesterday, the best agencies in the world, NASA, had the Challenger crash, and $5 billion wasted, 7 souls dead. We've seen the Columbia trying to come back to Earth after a space trip, and it blew up. And this was due to technical faults that the organization has learned from. The more recent one is the famous Israeli Mossad agency, who on October 7 had a major failure that over 1,000 Israelis were taken by a Hamas attack. So when there is failure, what happens is, how do you respond to the failure? And that's the lesson I want Nigerians to focus on. How are we responding to failure? Whether there will be failures, there must be, if there are technology systems. I work in aviation, and I know that plane crashes are far and in between these days, but they still occur. And when they occur, we try to find out what happened and how did it happen, and then make amends. That is what has improved transport safety across the world. So I'm of the view that this is an unfortunate episode. The students are traumatized by their scores, and many of them are happy to be given another opportunity to retake this. At least a few that has made contact with me feel that it's a fair solution because they feel they will do better, while some may have issues with their timing, with WAEC and all of that. I've been engaging the JAMB registrar to say, set up a hotline, allow those who can miss out on Friday to be able to take on Saturday, allow those who miss out on Saturday to be able to take on Monday. Let the JAMB be flexible. So he informed me that there is a ticket system in the students' portal where people can raise their issues and it will be resolved. They have a ticket issue, situation. So JAMB should be as flexible as possible to allow these students, these candidates to take this exam without much stress on their part. And for the issue of our zone, the Southeast, and whether we are targeted in this, very unfortunate that we all default our fault lines in Nigeria. But from all the evidence before us and from my queries at the review, I do not think there was a deliberate effort to undermine the Southeast. I don't think it was any deliberate effort. It was a technical fault. It was a mistake. And it speaks to the wider issue of IT professionals in Nigeria, and at the pace where no more, they are all leaving the country. and the quality of people we are getting that are remaining in the IT world. And finally, the more serious issue for us at the Athena Center is that sub 200 JAMB scores and even sub 150 for over 1 million students is a national scandal. So we need to review this, go back to the schools, find out what the teachers are teaching these students, and begin to figure out whether it is the computer system that is the problem or it is the knowledge itself that is the problem. I am hoping that the JAMB registrar will give us the data for us to run this analysis and share with the country the more serious issue that have come out of this, that 85% under 200 scores in JAMB is a national scandal, and we need to do something about it urgently. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So at this point, I want us to now focus fully on the audience. So first is Salami. Your hands are up. So can you ask your question, please, or make your suggestion, please?
Yeah, just a point of correction. My name is Salako. That's my name. It's not Salami.
Sorry, I can't see the full spelling. I just saw SAL.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm just gonna go straight to the point. Just some early disclaimer, because previous speakers who had come on, they tried to appeal to the sensibility of JAMB. I'm not gonna do that. We're not going to applaud you for doing your job. This is not just a scandal. A girl died because you dropped the ball on the way you're supposed to execute your duty. So we're not going to say, "Oh, thank you for taking accountability." No, that's not going to happen. That should not happen, and that should not be the crux of the conversation. Now, my question slash concerns are in two buckets: before the exam and post-crisis management. I remember when the first engineer was speaking, he started to talk about content delivery, and he spoke about making a distinction between server-based content delivery and locally cached content delivery. I want to ask very specifically, what kind of content delivery system does JAMB use? I don't know who can answer that, whether it's Fabian or the engineer. What kind of content delivery does JAMB use at the moment?
Fabian, do you have an answer to that? I don't think James here.
No, I don't have an answer to that because
if we're gonna go with what James said earlier,
don't have an answer to that. Let me just.
Yeah,
Sheikh, you want to answer?
Sheikh, you're saying something.
What James said earlier, it's not a server delivery. It's that's the local delivery.
Right. Okay. So that's James. I think James came in as if it's also shocking. Fabian is this spokesperson for JAMB. He represents JAMB in this conversation. You should know what kind of content delivery system that JAMB uses, because that informs post-crisis management effort. If we have a problem at hand, 1.9 million students sat for the exam, 1.5 million scored below 200. Now you've seen that there is a flaw. For the purpose of the conversation, let's just stick to your feedback that there's a glitch. Now, how do we fix that? There are a couple of options. If you have access to the student data, if you have some kind of data integrity on the content delivery system that you use, why can't you remark that, right? So another follow-up question would be, do you have access to student data? Students that wrote the exam, do you have access to their data? Why can't we remark that? Because if you have access to data, if there are if there are indices, that suggest the actual integrity of that data, you can remark those data. I don't think it's something you need to do manually, one by one, and that's one. If the question of remark is not possible, and you want to effect a receipt, why not open up a couple of options? It doesn't make sense that in a week where you have accounted this amount of scandal, you are going to pull students within 3 days time frame to receipt an exam. amidst whatever mental trauma they're going on. It doesn't make sense. So if you have concerns about people who have admission procedures happening in a couple of weeks, open up multiple receipt options. Let these students have the option to choose up until August. This is not a closed office conversation. This is a national problem. Universities are aware. Bodies are aware. Even WAEC and other agencies that write exams are aware. So if you can have another
Sorry, I will still bring people up now. I noticed that I think after an hour this start crashing. So initially I thought it was my device. I just realized now that this is actually from X. After an hour it crashes. So I'm going to shake. I'm bringing you up now. Just a moment, please. Invite co-host. Just a moment. Um, um, sorry. I'll bring more people up. Jack, I'll bring you up. Okay. As we wait for SAL to come on, I think I've already informed Dr. Fabian too. So I will find him. So at this point, Samuel, please. Sorry, Chidima. I think you've tried severally. Your hands have been off a long time. Chidima, please, can you go? If you have a question or a suggestion,
Okay.
please, right here.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm Chidima Ibemere, and I used to be a teacher in Federal Government College in Ugu. I think the major issue is that our approach to education over the years has always been a matter of, ticking off things from a to-do list. We have to do JAMB. And so the JAMB units will just have to tick it off because I don't see any reason why the major problem or the major concern of JAM should be we have a policy meeting in June, and because of that, we have to do it under 3 days. Because my worry is this is not even the first time we're having issues with JAM. It's just that this is the first time it is getting like a national attention. So if it takes 365 days for JAM to prepare and we still have issues, what steps are they taking, or what steps are in place for us not to have any other problem with this very short receipting situation. So I think just like Salako said earlier, it's important that we approach this from a place of understanding that we need to open up options, even if it means monthly or maybe in the next 3 weeks. Just like if June is a problem for JAMB, we could do something in next week. We could do something next week or in 2 weeks' time, so that we are sure that we have scenarios in place and there won't be a repetition of this problem. We don't want it to be that, okay, since you people have found out that, oh, there was an issue with the packet or the catch or whatever delivery system that has been spoken about, let us just do this. We have to do things effectively, and that is my first stake. What exactly is JAMB putting in place to ensure that this short window, they are able to deliver more than what they usually do whenever they have 365 days to prepare? That is one. Secondly, if it means liaising with other, examination bodies, because I remember in 2008, I wrote NECO, I wrote WAEC in 2008, and then we went on strike. We didn't write NECO up until October, and the world did not come to an end, because there was a strike we had to deal with at that point. So if you're telling me that because there is a policy meeting in June, I'm saying that we've had situations in the past where, things were done to accommodate everybody. I'm just saying children or the learners or the students who are going to write these exams are humans. They're not just numbers or statistics. They have mental health to deal with, they have WAEC to deal with, and they need to pass, and they're expected to pass. So we have to put all these scenarios in place to ensure that JAMB is doing what it is supposed to do, not just from a place of ticking off things from their to-do list. That is my submission, please. Thank you.
Chidema, thank you.
Thank you very
I think let's take more people, then Dr. Fabian and Chifosita can also respond.
I think we can let Salako continue his submission.
Yes, once it's done, let's take a lot more people from the audience before we can let Dr. Fabian and Chifosita respond. Thank you. So Salako, you can go ahead, please.
Okay, I have a slight dissent to your suggestion, Alex. Do you think, except Osita and Fabian are writing this down, do you think it's possible that they lose some of the important questions that's been asked?
Let me write it down on their behalf. In case they lose it, I'll remind them. I think that will help.
Okay, that's great. So yeah, because most of the questions and the concerns we have here are critical. I'm currently a couple of hours in front of ahead of Nigerian time. I have to go to work in 3 hours, and I have to stay up until now to make sure that we ask these questions. So I'm going to conclude my premise from before the space dropped. I asked around the content delivery system of JAMB currently, because that's going to inform why we are choosing to receipt instead of remark. And if the progressive consensus is to receipt, why don't we have multiple options for children, for students to choose from? People who have exams coming in a week or 2 weeks can choose to write theirs this weekend. Others can choose to write theirs in August. You can also have conversation and issue a communique to institutions, to universities. They can push back admission times by a month, a couple of weeks. Like, these things can happen. You just need to have the conversation. You can have the same conversation again with WAEC and NECO and see how they can free up some weekends, right? If we find weekends, a couple of weekends between now and August, where you say you have some free time, and make those as options for children to choose from, that can be a proper post-crisis management, approach. I just do not buy the old conversation around, your goal is to reestablish the credibility of the body. That's not important at this point. Credibility is not demanded; it is earned. If you do right by the people you claim to serve, by the people you are paid to serve, you would get credibility. So that's the first. Those are the first set of concerns. Under post-exam concerns, my second question would be that on what metric, on what ground does JAMB apportion students to an exam center? Because I heard something Alex said the other time saying that, students, some people don't even have what they will eat. How would they, be saying that they have to go to this other state? I don't know. I don't have insight into the inner workings of JAMB at the moment. Is it true that, JAMB assigns students to exam centers outside of their state of residence? I want to know why. Is it that there are no centers in that state or in that local government? Because it doesn't need a lot of technical insight to say it doesn't make sense. I also want to make a submission to what the JAMB spokesperson said earlier, that the reason why some exams are slated for 6:30 is because, certain students, they do not. I think that's insulting, right? Because most people in this space have been students, in at different capacities. There is no time. It's not a public knowledge. You can say people are truant when it comes to classes, but with exams, I do not see, we don't have a national exam culture where you state a time for the exam and students arrive 1 hour or 2 hours after. That's a very lame effort at a response. That the reason why you set exam for 6:30 is because there are students who, if you don't set it for 6:30, they can come around 8 or 7. That's not true. There is no data, except there is data that backs that up to say that we've done this. And based on this data, based on this research, we can unanimously agree that the best time for students to write this exam, some students write this exam is by 6:30. If that does not exist, it is inhumane, especially if you have to send these students, a couple of states away from their state of origin, or a couple of hours away from their state of origin. How do we ensure that JAMB makes sure that students who apply for exams get to be assigned centers at worst in the same local government? I'm going to round off my premise by, concerns around issues that led to this particular crisis. And the first question, which is, I hope the question around content delivery is answered. The other question is around the server cluster issue, which has been the biggest bane of contention. Can you clarify, and this is to the JAMB spokesperson, do we have dedicated clusters serving different regions in the country? I know they said something around a Kaduna cluster. What region does the Kaduna cluster serve? The regions in the southeast or in the south or in the south, what regions? How many clusters do we have in total? From a JAMB tech infrastructure conversation, what regions do these clusters serve? Now, if you make these conversations plain, you make them concrete, it is left for the public to draw their own, to extrapolate their own inference, to say, okay, this was not a case of sabotage. Okay, this was a case from human error. Human error, you cannot just flap everything under human error. Human error can be deliberate. If it's deliberate, it's not an error, it's sabotage. But when you make all of the facts clear, people can draw their own inference. So I hope clearly that Alex got some of the questions I raised, the concerns, and some of the suggestions I have profiled, and I hereby submit and yield the mic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Alex,
Yes.
if you don't mind, I just want to add one perspective to what he has raised.
Okay.
I don't know what the JAMB spokesperson talked about when the issue of 6:30 came, but no exam is conducted at 6:30 a.m. anywhere in Nigeria. And I was in Obosi during this last JAMB, so I was by my center. The exam starts at 8 a.m. JAMB used, and I thought that was a terrible communication of making people come early. In all the exams in my CBT center, about 20 to 30% of the students arrive after 8. Most times, the invigilators will say, go and start, go and join the exam. When the time is up, it's up. So the issue of students being there by 8 o'clock have always been an issue. JAMB has a time limit, 15 minutes to 8 or so. 15 minutes to the time is when everybody should be settled in, and a certain number of time, then you cannot enter again. Some invigilators sometimes, just say, okay, if you come in late, you can go and start. So no exam, in my view, in my knowledge, starts at 6:30 a.m. The communication about 6:30 was time to arrive for an 8 o'clock exam. And I think that was a terrible communication. They should have just said, arrive there 1 hour before time. So that would have been 7 a.m. 6:30 was just, and whoever wrote it was an overkill. For the location of exams, every JAMB CBT center has
Chief, sorry, I wanted to just highlight something on what you just said. What
Yes.
is in that slip is that the exam starts by 6:30. So I think that is where the grave miscommunication starts with.
That's what
the
I'm saying,
printers.
that was a terrible communication about 6:30 a.m.
There's no way it will say exam start by
Yes,
6:30.
exam can
Go
start
and
at
check.
6.
Go and check again.
Okay.
They say you are expected to be at the
Center.
center by 6:30
a.m.
Not exam starts by 6:30.
Not the exam. Exam starts at 8. It starts uniformly across the country. And then secondly, every JAMB CBT center has a catchment area. So my CBT center catchment area is Idemili North and Onitsha South. Before it used to extend all the way to Nnewi, but it doesn't now. They've cut it because more centers are coming up. So the location of your exam is where you choose when you're choosing your local government. Nobody takes you to another state. Nobody takes you to another local government. Fabian, you can corroborate me, but I know that the people in my CBT center come from Idemili North and Onitsha North, which is contiguous. Nobody travels any distance to come to the center. And I think it is so in most parts of the country. It is where you choose that you take the exam. So all the people receiving this exam are going back to the centers they chose, not the centers allotted by JAMB, not the locations allotted by JAMB. I just wanted to make these two clarifications.
Thank you very much. To add to that, you see, Salakos talked about a lot of things, and you were talking about content delivery. I said I don't know all this because I don't want us to begin to deviate. The topic we are discussing is very fundamental, and I believe that in a situation like this, it's always good to address issues by issues instead of just lumping things, picking everything, and then at the end of the day you achieve nothing. Because most of the things he's talking about, if we start going into those things, we may not leave this meeting until 5 a.m. And if you have the understanding of what to do, everything he has mentioned, we have done it. If you're talking about clusters, you're talking about all, there is nothing that he has said there that we have not done. We are even far ahead of his thoughts. Just like Chief has illustrated, candidates are at liberty to choose their examination town. Why I didn't mention that when Alex was talking about some people in Sokoto, I thought ahead of what he was saying, because it is possible that after the exam, a candidate would have traveled. Yes, he registered and he indicated that he wants to sit exam in Lagos. But after the exam, nothing stops him from traveling elsewhere. And maybe he's just getting to know. So I understand that and I factor that, okay, as part of planning, you could also have that in mind that, yes, after the whole thing, the candidate could have traveled. There are other candidates, not all of them that are even writing WAEC. There are candidates that have written WAEC before. They have their own level. They are only taking the JAMB for the year. So these are all the things that we looked at. But for examination, at the point of registration, candidates are allowed to choose towns they want to see the examination, irrespective of where they are registering. If I'm in Sokoto and I want to take my exam in Lagos, nothing stops me from choosing Lagos. I would have, maybe it's likely that I planned ahead that on so day, by that time that the JAMB examination will be taking place, I will be in Lagos. So I will pick my examination town as Lagos or Ikeja. The only thing JAMB does is to allocate candidates within the center, just as Chief has mentioned, that those centers have their catchment area. The towns have centers within the town. So they will just distribute the candidates amongst the centers and all this. But all these clusters, content delivery and all this.
Fabian, I must add that this exam takes place from 8 a.m. because there are 4 sessions every day. The exam is after the 2 hours, another session starts at about 10 or 11. They have their timing. Then another one at about 1, then another one at about 3. So there are 4 sessions. It's not one session. So people are saying they could start by 10 or 11. If you start by 10, you will not break in 4 sessions. And for this retake, the Southeast exams don't take place on Monday. So there's likely going to be 5 sessions, 4 sessions in a day for most of the Southeast. So it means that the
Sorry to interrupt you, Sita.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, Sita, because Fabian was responding to some question I asked, and he claimed to have answered. He is the JAMB spokesperson. but I think you did not respond to two questions.
I have not finished.
I
Chief is only
yeah,
adding.
I don't know. Sorry. I don't know on what authority that Usta is speaking. I'm not sure. So if you are,
Salako, please let us be a little bit respectful. This is
Mr.
considered as a former
Lago, please,
minister.
can you,
It's a
before you
former
speak,
minister, a former chief executive. It's somebody that.
No.
Can you
Please,
raise your hand?
Sorry.
No. Let's talk with some respect, please.
Salako, please,
sorry.
hold on, please.
Yeah, I can raise my
No,
hand. Sorry, Alex.
I understand that I have a lot of things to say too, but I'm trying to let things flow. Can you just hold on? I will come back to you again, please. Let Samuel speak.
No. I'm sorry. I just want to drop off in 3 minutes. I just have
You
a
can
one
hold
question.
on now. We will. Everything you asked, I wrote it down personally. I told you I'm going to write it down, and it will be answered. But I want us to flow in order, please. We have over. I mean, we've been having fluctuating almost 1,500 persons here. Please, now it's 9:47. Let me get to that. I will respond. I've written everything you asked down. Please don't be offended.
No, sorry. Can I go in just 2 minutes? Can you do that? Is it possible? I didn't get my conversation time. That cannot be too much to ask.
All right. Sorry, Salako, let's just hold on a minute. You've asked some questions, and there are lots of people who have questions. So let's try to get the chip in from everybody. So if we can deal with the bit that you've chipped in, and let's hope that other people have other questions that could also clarify. So let's not just hold on to one question set. I also have questions I've not even asked, despite the fact I'm hosting. So let's just try to get more questions in and be able to show it. If we're looking at, I have about 45 people who are still requesting, and we've not even been able to grant them the mic. And even the people who granted the mic, we've not even given them time to speak. So I appreciate your concerns, but please, let's all just try to understand ourselves here so that we can be able to move things forward. Once again, apologies to everybody. Alex, what do we want to do? Do we want to
let Samuel. We need
now?
Samuel to go. We need Samuel. Then we also need Shine. Then we also need Jack as well.
Don't you think we'll be overloading if we?
No, let's just take maximum of 1 minute. Let's try and compress it.
Okay, so let's get Samuel, please. Let's just try to keep it so that we can get going, please.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. I'll be very, very fast. My questions are basically two. But first, let me thank Alex and the team, because if they didn't make this outcry, if they didn't come out to talk about all these things happening, gathering the data from the students, we most likely will not know the extent to which, the extent of the error in quotes, which JAMB said they experienced. And all the discussion would just have been, oh, the people, they are failing because they are not preparing well. We are stopping miracle centers and the like. So I want to thank you guys. What you guys have done is very phenomenal. Now, my question, of course, I'm also interested in the question Salako asked about the number of clusters. I'm very, very interested. The Kaduna clusters, where does it start? How many clusters do we actually have? But my real question is just to the post-crisis now. The students are coming to write the exam. And I remember when Fabian was speaking the other time, he mentioned the fact that, yes, they don't want to make it so relaxed for the student and say, if you have an issue, we can accommodate your issue if you're not able to write on this date. And I'm imagining that what will happen is that some students are not able to write during this period, and JAMB will say their reasons for not being able to write are not credible enough. Now, this is a crisis on ground already. Does JAM have any extra session in place such that if a student is not able to write around the time assigned for the student, they can say, oh, there is an extra time and I'm able to meet up with this time and I can write this at this time. So does JAM have extra sessions aside this date that has been made? Do we have that extra sessions? Now, on the issue of excuses, because I know Alex was talking about people from very far places, they don't have the money for transportation and the like. Will JAM be able to accommodate such excuses? Will it happen that there will be some excuses and JAM will say, oh, your excuses are not genuine? So these are my two major questions. Are there extra sessions? And then about excuses, are there excuses that JAM will say, oh, we cannot accommodate these excuses? What happens to those students who say we are not able to write this? This is our excuse. What happens to them?
Thank you so much. I've written down your question. In case you can't remember, I will say it again. Then Shine, please, can you go?
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. Thank you, Alex, for the effort you put in so far to bring things to the public and also provide some level of information. And thanks, Fabian, I will express the same gratitude towards your team, towards JAMS, because they show level of openness that we've not seen in a long time, and this should be something that other bodies should follow. Because of the time limitation, I have my questions jotted down, and I think I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions. So, Alex, please let me know if I talk too fast for you to make the of my question. I wish the engineer is the engineer James. I wish engineer James is here because I think there's some technical question I would like to ask. Not technical, but where we can get some information. So the first one, can someone help clarify on the card and lag server cluster? To know the areas each server cluster covers. I'm asking this question because Lagos has been used, interchangeably as a state, and we know they have as two server cluster, the card and the lag. So we know that the lag covers Lagos State and Southeast states. So if we can know how areas each server cluster covers, and they will know that when we're talking about Southeast and Lagos, are we talking about Southeast states and Lagos states only? So where do the other states falls under, especially like Southwest states? Are they under the CAD server cluster or lag server cluster? That's the first one. So if you need me to ask,
Continue.
thank you.
Continue.
All right.
I'm to just continue.
All right.
Yeah.
Then,
Just ask all your questions. I'm taking notes.
all right. Thank you. So the second one is the JAMB first discover when did the JAMB first discover the patch to support the upgrade of the command system to the source system, and also the question and answer rotation. When did JAMB first discover the patch did not get pushed to the lag server cluster like it's done for the card server cluster. So, and the third question, was JAMB informed of fixed storm when the issue was discovered after the 16th session? I think I'm right. Was JAMB informed at that point? Who's responsible for the patch upgrade? And at what point was JAMB notified? So the next question is, was there an SOP and was it adhered to? Both at the point when the fix was done when the exam was going on, and also when the patch was originally missed for last ever cluster. Was there an SOP and was the SOP adhered to? Then I have the last two questions is will JAMB do any forensic review of the process to identify those responsible for the human factor that caused the issue and investigate any possible motivation, or it's just a case of negligence or an oversight? And the last part, I'm not going to touch on that much because I think Mr. Osita and Fabians have done justice to that. But I still believe that the remarking would be a better option, even if it's going to be manual remark. Whatever effort that JAMS have to put into it, that should be like the what do you call it again? That should be something like not restitute or something for the. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I will let Jack speak. Jack, you can
Alex,
go.
do we not just, because I think one question that has been coming up and I think it's blocking the next question people are saying, should we not address that?
Which one is that?
In terms of the clusters of the exam, because we've had 3 persons come up.
I don't, that cluster, the reason why although I've noted it down is that one, Mr. James doesn't work with JAMB. He only came to audit, right? And he's not even here. Secondly, I think I could have preferred an expert from JAMB system, which I don't think the expert on server experts is here to answer that question. I wouldn't want us to give misinformation. I don't know what you think about it. So,
but the PRO is here, so he needs to tell us. If he can't answer, then we know that he can't answer. And we know that.
Mr. Alex.
Yes.
Let me come because he wants to know the areas those clusters are covered.
Okay.
I can give you the answer. But my concern is that I discovered that some people are joining late, and when they ask questions over issues we have discussed and gone past. Because I believe James has done justice to this topic extensively. But the two clusters we have, that's the LAC and CAT. What we did was to divide the nation into two, to have LAC for the south, CAT for the north. But the wisdom we added there was that in order not to divide the country into north versus south, we had a mixture. For the LAC cluster covers all the states in the south without the south-south state. What I mean by south-south state is Rivers, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Edo, and which one again? I think that's all. Bayelsa. Those states are added to the CAT. Then for the CAT state, you have all the states in the north except Abuja, Niger, Mina, Kano, Katsina, and Jigawa. This one I've mentioned are added to the LAC in such a way that even if there are issues, at least it won't be south versus north. It will be that the issue is only in the north or the issue is only in the south. You have a mixture of states in the north being in the south or states in the south being in the north. I don't know whether I can answer other questions, extra
Okay, then
questions, and other
yes,
things that
Dr. Fabian, there's a concern that I have noticed that I've been very repeating when it has to do with remark, right? I don't know if there is any opportunity.
Well, the truth of the matter is that at the point we are now, that issue is late.
Okay.
Because the flight has taken off already. As I speak, all of us are in the field. We had officials at all the centers across the affected areas. Questions have been deployed already. I think by now they would have done the download and all this encrypted download and all those things, and waiting for tomorrow for them to start the examination. So we have actually gone past that level. Maybe, perhaps, if the stakeholder had thought differently, we would have. But let me also say this. Now, I've said this repeatedly. We are making a lot of. I don't believe, even with the opinion here, I don't believe that shifting this exam beyond this period is for the good of the candidate. I don't believe, for so many reasons. I have told you, a reasonable number of these candidates apply to NDA. They won't wait. We don't control the universities. There are so many stakeholders involved in these processes, or the end users of these results, that are beyond our control. We can only appeal for certain understanding. They have their timeline and they cannot miss it for any other thing. One is not trying to be rigid or arrogant about it. But you see, it's easy to say, okay, this is what you should have done. Salako was been talking about, you can shift these people. If this one don't want it now, you shift this one, you shift this one. I was just imagining how that is going to be. When you have the kind of structures that we have, the kind of calendar that we're trying to harmonize and all this, the private universities are waiting in hand. In fact, if you give them the opportunity today, they would have admitted, collected school fees and stuff like that, and they get going, and so many things. We didn't just come by this date arbitrarily. We look at all the parameters and all these things, and we know that shifting this exam will deprive this candidate of so many things, and will become jeopardy for them. Already, some of them are already, in fact, are calling left, right, and center. NDA exam is coming up, and they wouldn't want to miss the exam and stuff like that. So I don't think, besides the fact that yes, it is late now, we can't do otherwise. But I believe that stakeholders took the right decision.
Alex, can I just follow up on this question of remark and receipt, because I think that there's something fundamental here.
Which one is that?
So I just want to point out, because I think that with what Fabian is saying, I hear you, but honestly, I feel like we've just done the typical thing Nigerians do, which is we take the easy route and we just dump on the weakest link in the chain. And in this particular case, the weakest link are the students. We've heard from proprietors, all of them. We've heard from everybody But one thing I just want to ask here, at any time, was there like a feedback from the students, Mr. Fabian, Dr. Fabian, sorry, was there any time that the students in question were considered? Were they contacted, even if it's a sample pool? Was that ever done?
Well, I wouldn't say we have done that, because if you look at the level of the sample size we have used, when you're looking at the actual sense of research, one could say no, the sample size was not reasonable enough. But we made contact with a few of them, and we asked them which would they prefer before we have this strong point. And let me tell you, the easiest route in this issue is to remark, not to do the exam. We took the hardest and most difficult of the options, cost effective and all those things. If we had done the remark, I bet you it will not cost us up to 2% of what we are going to spend to do what we are doing now. Besides the cost, the exposure to personal hazard that we have put people on the road to travel by air or whatever, from here to Lagos to Enugu to all these places. But I believe, if you see, we have been in this thing, and we, based on experience, benefit of hindsight, we know what it is when some of these things happen. And we didn't just come by this, just like Salako was talking about time and all those things. We've had that everybody takes examination serious and all this, and I was just surprised. We had situation, Chief had mentioned that where examination will start by 8 or by 10, even the afternoon one, by 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, that you assume that somebody, even be wherever he is, examination will start by 2 o'clock. Maybe he was asked to report by 12, and the candidate will be coming by 2:30. You will see him panting and all these things coming by 2:30. And he had printed
But
this
Dr.
script, he had
Fabian,
it with.
Dr. Fabian, let me just come in a bit on this. Students coming in by 2:30, is their business, not JAMB's business. If they fail, it's not JAMB that loses. So I think the whole idea of giving them allowance of time, I think it shouldn't even be, because it even encourages them to misbehave. I think if from next year, if JAMB is saying we are starting by 8 o'clock, or maybe accreditation starts by 7:30, 7:30 is 7:30. If you come in late, you won't be allowed to ride. If you come to the airport late, the plane is moving, you can't fly. Is it the airline that loses? No, it is you that loses. I don't think it should even be something JAMB should worry about. It should be something that the students should worry about. The only thing JAMB should do is to just increase the awareness of the necessity of coming before time. I think we shouldn't entertain that, because this also forms part of behavior for the society. I think it's something
No,
that we
you're
should take
right,
from.
but we have to manage with empathy. We are also human. And as agents of government, you wouldn't just say, look, this is what it is. In as much as we don't tolerate that, if you come 30 minutes late, we will even be allowed to go into the examination hall. But we'll try to adjust our policy in such a way that at least it will accommodate people, and it will be reasonable enough to propel this candidate to do the needful. But we have taken that as a feedback to see how we can adjust the time, especially the first session of the day, so that we won't have other people have said that, okay, say 8 o'clock and all this, and we'll see what it, at least now we have evidence that, okay, this is a feedback, this is what the public wants. And by the time we say exam starts by 8, but you are required to be there so that you go through screening and you come late. Right.
Yes, Dr. Fabian,
But just like
I also,
just
Chuka, please, there's something I want us, this is getting late, and tomorrow exam starts. There's something I want us to be very clear on. The students who were scheduled tomorrow, who for some reasons that couldn't make it tomorrow, because I also, we also talked about the platform for ticketing. Some people wrote that for the past 3 days that even the ticketing system is not working. I can't verify that because I can't check. However, for students who for some reasons that cannot write the exam tomorrow, what happens to them? Because I also personally want to communicate this, because the people who haven't, so what is the plan so that we know?
Chief,
So if people who can write,
Chief,
mm,
Chief Osita had discussed with the registrar, and they agreed. In fact, instantly the registrar called me, and officers were deployed to man the ticketing platform and to act. You have a number. When you raise a ticket, you have a number. And what I will also advise, if you want to help, is to ensure that when this candidate raise tickets, And if there is a way they can also give you the ticket. See, let me tell you, this mistake is at our own instance, and we will do everything. Usually, we don't bother ourselves with the fact that you schedule time for you and you are unable to come because of transport and all that. That's not our problem. But because this is caused by us, I've said it repeatedly. We'll do everything humanly possible, even at the ticketing level. We are putting more staff and all those things. We'll bend backward to accommodate, to ensure that at least to the best of human ability, every of these candidates sits for this examination. Take that from me.
Thank you so much. I like the feedback.
So, Alex, sorry.
Okay.
I think we have just because the thing it's like the students will be ready and cost effectiveness, the cost of JAMB and all of that. But the truth is, the mental health part of it on these kids, the trauma that these kids are gonna have, seems like something that we've just pushed to the corner. It doesn't matter. And something I have this feeling in this conversation. We are just saying, okay, you know what? JAMB has owned up to the responsibility and we should praise them. No. Sorry, we shouldn't be praising you because that should be your job. That is JAMB's job. That if JAMB has a failure, they should own up to their responsibility of opening themselves up to transparency. And so the case, because if you say that remarking is possible, but the only challenge is because if we had a mechanism that was used to vet other centers and agree that these centers were up and fine, why did we not subject to? And you said marking this thing will take us less than a day or two. Why did we not take that route of marking these things of the Q&A? And if it doesn't uphold onto that, of trying to say get students come and retake the exams and all the whole process, because now in 3 days, for example, if we look at Nigeria, the info trend in Nigeria is such that some people get information about 72 hours from when it goes out, and we've just made this
Don't worry about that. I am assuring you, all the candidates that are affected, they have gotten this information. We are monitoring the printing of slip. We are monitoring the printing. All the candidates have gotten this information. And when you talk about mental stress, these same candidates are writing the exam. They are going on with the exam that Chief had explained this thing. That the same syllabus that they are using for WAEC is the same syllabus that are going to use for JAMB. So a candidate that is writing physics in WAEC, he has studied for physics, it's the same that physics that is going to sit to write JAMB.
Okay, let's take some more questions and pass the mic around.
Yeah, can Jack?
Sorry.
Who's Jack? Can you?
Alex,
Jack,
Alex, I want to drop.
can you speak?
Alex, I'm
So
going to
sorry.
Alex,
So
I'm going to
sorry. No, I think I have Fabian has directed some responses to me, called my name a couple of times. I've not been allowed to flesh my opinion in 2 minutes, and I've yielded for about 20 minutes. I think it'd be great for me to do that, then drop off. I think that's just fair.
Okay, go ahead.
No. I think we still have to make. I understand.
If we can finish on 2 minutes, let him just do 2 minutes.
No, Joker. I understand him very well, and I really appreciate. I wanted other people to speak. I'll still come back. I'm the one taking notes, please. Jack.
Alex, I'm going to drop.
I want Jack and Harrison to speak.
I know Jack is going to
before
talk.
I come
I
back
just
to
want
you.
1 second. I'm not
I want
actually
Jack and Harrison to speak before I come back to you, please.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Alex, and every other person on the space. Okay, so I think that first off, let me start by saying that I think that we are downplaying what has actually happened, right? Specifically from the JAMB's perspective, and this is what I have to say. First of all, the spokesperson, the PRO, just told us that there are 2 servers, right? One in Lagos and then the other one in Kaduna. So I would assume that, the server in Lagos is serving the whole of southern Nigeria outside South State, plus some of the states he has mentioned in the north, right? So the main question for me would be, then what specifically happened to those states that were affected specifically? Is there any, can someone explain what now happened that it only affected Lagos and then these 5 southeastern states? Because it is important that we understand that. Then the second thing I want to point out is the fact that from the report that, Alex, from the report you posted earlier, I think yesterday, it was explained that, this error occurred from section 1 to 17th section, right? And then before JAMB actually attempted to correct it. So which means that somebody at JAMB actually knew that there was an error. But the same JAMB doubled down on the public, right? When people raised concerns to claim that, the failure or the massive failure experienced this time around was as a result of, them shutting down miracle centers and all of that. So which means that here, somebody is not taking responsibility yet. That is the second, the second thing we have to look at together. Then let's move away from that. I hear, Mr. Osita Chidoka when he talked about the fact that, all people, everybody writing JAMB will probably be around where they are writing, not far from their centers. But I can tell him that, yes, he has a CBT center in Obusi. Yeah, I'm from Nanka, where I am from. Before I get a JAMB center, I'll probably have to go to Ekulobia. It will cost me money to do all of those things. And nobody is factoring in the logistics of these students. So everybody just wants them to go and receipt. And JAMB, there is no sort of restitution from JAMB. There is no sort of accountability. Outside somebody coming to, to cry to Nigerians, nobody has taken responsibility. Nobody has been sacked. Nobody has lost their job. Nobody. We have not heard that the person that produced this software or the people that are supposed to do their job that didn't do their job, that they have been punished. This is not the kind of society we are looking for. It is not enough for somebody to come and say, oh, we failed. But if people did not insist that something was wrong, I can tell you that the JAMB would not have been able to open up. So at this instance, I think that what JAMB should do, in my own opinion, is to first of all do a refund to these kids. You have to do a refund to them. That refund you're doing is what shows that you are truly and genuinely sorry. And that will aid them to be able to go and receipt for this exam, if at all they should receipt at the first instance. So all of these whole things that we are discussing here, for me, I'm not buying it, right? Anybody can talk about, people writing NDA. How many Nigerians actually write NDA exams? It's not as if we don't know how many percentage are those people. Can't the same way you pleaded with WAEC, can't you plead with NDA to also, extend their timelines? It was in Anambra State in this country that we started having governorship elections, off-cycle elections. So if a whole gubernatorial elections can shift from the cycle where it used to be before, simply because there was an error or somebody was noticed to have cheated, we should be able to adjust. We should be able to be flexible. At this instance, JAMB is wrong, so you don't have to put your blame or the things, instead of taking responsibility and actually making sure that you do the right things. You're coming to tell us how universities are not going to change their timelines because of JAMB. I don't buy it. And again, why is JAMB not a continuous thing? Why can't people sit, and write their JAMB every, 1 month or every 2 months or every quarter or something like that, so that people will be able to, people will not be denied access to higher, education. These are the things, these are the concerns that we have. Please, JAMB should be able to do a refund. It's not enough to ask kids to come and write receipts for the exams. Please do a refund to them. Since you have information, ask them to take back the money they paid for JAMB. That is the only way you can compensate them, at least for the transportation that they have spent. That is the barest minimum we would expect from JAMB. And people should pay for this. People should lose their job. I must say that your communication, JAMB communication is very poor, starting from whoever is handling your account. And the fact that your IT director is not here to actually explain some of these things is already insulting to Nigerians. These are some of the things I feel, it's important for us to point out. I yield the mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your input, Jack. Then Harry is not here. I thought he's here. Okay. So
Harry stepped out.
Can you speak now? SAL, can you speak now?
It's unfortunate that this is what I wanted to avoid. Usta's dropped. I wanted to, because he was responding to some questions, and I take again, not to digress from the sanctity of the space and what the direction of the space is, and Fabian did that first. I take exception to your comment about me being disrespectful. All of my questions have been respectful. I just asked questions, and I was trying to be sure who I was directing questions to. I've been on the space from the beginning, right? So there's nothing that has been answered that I missed. I know that by capacity, you are the JAMB spokesperson. I just wanted to know in what capacity that Usta was responding from. And I don't think there's a problem with first name address. So please, I take exception to that. I'm going to re-ask some questions you did not respond to.
Please, you
Now,
have 1 minute so that we don't drag it, please, so that I can go, just so that you are aware, please.
no, if you prefer that I don't ask the
No,
questions,
you
I can
can go
actually
ahead. I'm just
drop
saying
it.
so that
That's
we
fine.
don't drag. Go ahead. Your questions are very important. Go ahead.
Yeah, you interrupting me has already taken 15 seconds. Right.
Sorry, you can
Yeah.
go. Continue.
So, Fabian, you mentioned that is the first thing is around the cluster. You mentioned that Jack asked a question around that. So I will just rehash it because I asked you that question first. You mentioned that the lag cluster covers southwest, southeast, and the 6 exceptions from the north, which is Niger, Kano, Katsina, Jigawa, Kogi, and FCT. And post the technical review, it was confirmed that just about 5 southeastern states and Lagos were affected. A cluster that serves about 13 states. If the problem is from the cluster, how is it possible that just a couple of states are affected from one cluster? Now, if your concern is around restoring credibility of the exam body, answering these questions without ad hominems, without feeling slighted, without any sense of sensibility, without feeling like you are being offended, it's the first step. We just want answers. That's first thing. Still on the commission of clusters. Why do we have just 2 clusters? Now, you mentioned that the reason why there is some separation around the clusters that some states you apportion is wisdom. Wisdom is not a tool for apportioning when you are trying to map out a tech infrastructure. There has to be logical backing as to why you are apportioning cluster. As somebody who has cloud engineering background, one of the main factors, one of the main metrics for apportioning regional-based infrastructure like clusters is proximity, because you're trying to factor latency. If your questions, if the exam is locally cached, or your exam is server based, whatever it is you're choosing, you want to be sure that as the student is writing the exam, they're making a request to that server, they are getting response as quickly as possible. Now, how you factor that is you make the cluster, the access close to that geographical location. What was the backing behind the logical technological backing for the assignment of cluster? Now, the second most important question, of which I'll run my premise, is around the data. Do you still have access to student data? The student that wrote exam, because you cannot decide, again, based on sensibilities, to say, we've decided they will rewrite because of arrangement, because of this. If you have access to data, and there are ways to confirm the integrity of that data, there is nothing. Data, men lie, women lie, data doesn't lie. There is nothing that stops us using that data to effect a remark. You claimed, you did not understand what I meant by the receipt thing, that you've thought 10 times ahead. Let me re-explain. It is easy. All JAMB candidates identified by like an admission number, a particular number, they have unique numbers. You have a list of the affected people, about 400,000 people. I have all of those in a file. Like, it's not going to take more than 6 hours of your tech team coming together to put them in a file where they can choose bucket. You just make options. Look for available dates, about 6 available dates. Put those options. You can make a makeshift, button click on your website where they can go, input their ID number, select any of those days. You mentioned you wanted to be fair, you wanted to be humane, and that's why you think that if you set exam for 6:30, you can put 6:30 just to factor that some students will come in late. The right way to be humane is not to spin children up 48 hours after you dropped the ball nationally on a process, not to spin them up and ask them to juggle back into the exam. Be humane by using technology. Technology is there to help you to make it better. Give them a list of options where they can choose. Let them go to that website, go to a portion of that website that you can provision for the purpose of these exams, this receipt. Let them choose from 6 available options. They choose the option, they can choose anyone. Make a time frame, 8 to 10, 10 to 12, 12 to 2. If you do that across 6 times, you'll be able to satisfy anyone. Anybody that has booked before cannot book again. Now, these three questions, if you clarify that, you probably might start making steps towards establishing credibility. I yield the mic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Salako. Your inputs are very, very, very helpful. I've also taken note of them. Dr. Fabian, like I said earlier, I know that it's kind of late relatively, but if I was there when that decision was being made, there's no way I would accept a rewrite. A remark could have actually been an ideal thing because it's a lot easier. Then Chief Machinam.
We wouldn't have accepted. I will not hide. I will not deceive you. We wouldn't have accepted any situation that will make us to remark that exam, because we know what we go through. We know what that outcome would have been.
Okay.
All right.
We know Nigeria. Forget about whatever
come
people ask. We know we have been in this business.
Let me just come in.
We have
Sorry,
been in this
Alex,
business.
let me just come in here. I just want to ask a question, Mr. Fabian, right? When you conduct exams, students are allowed to request remark if they are, is there any condition where
yes,
yes,
you can request for a remark.
That one is available.
Okay.
We have done remark. Even in 2013, we did a remark, a widespread remark.
Okay, hold on. I just want to get something. How many years is your statutory requirement to hold this data?
We have all the scripts, even when, apart from the ones when we're doing paper and pencil tests. I'm very sure even that if you request for it, we can fetch that out. For CBT exam, we started in 2013. If you ask for your script, we can pull it down as long as you are able to justify why you need it.
So invariably, what you're saying is the fact that for everybody who has done this exam, you completely still have their scripts intact and what they answered in the exam.
Yes, why not? Ask Engineer James. He will tell you.
No, so that brings
not only this exam, for candidates that have written exam for.
No, sorry. If this is possible, if you're telling me that we have all the data, we have this thing, it still brings me back to the point that why are we not remarking? Why are we going for the option?
Yes. Why should we not remark?
Because if you have
why?
From what you're saying right now, you have everything.
Okay, let me
why are we not remarking?
No,
why are we not remarking?
I suspect. I can't verify, but I suspect that the reason why remark seems to be an option that is being ruled out is because of this issue. Maybe there are some data loss.
If there's data loss, then they should
open. If there's data loss, cancel the whole exam.
Engineer James was there. There is no data loss, but that will
Because
be
I know
credibility.
the way. I know
Candidate
the way.
will come tomorrow. Will tell you that JAMB just went somewhere and fetched. We know what. Listen.
No, we are still going to go back.
Hold on.
Integrity test. So if you're saying, let me just finish.
Sir, can you just let him speak? Then we'll come.
No, let me just do my question together. I just don't want anything to be missed. So now, if you're saying that about 9 million took the exam and only close to about 400,000 are questionable, right? The remaining about 1.5 million, you had them go through an integrity test that made you certify that this is credible enough. Why can't we subject? And you are saying that the questions and answer, the data is there. So the same thing that right now we are all saying 1.4 million, 1.5 million, we are authentic results. Good and fine. Nobody's coming to debate that.
Let me say this. We're dissipating too much energy on this thing. I have told you people that at the meeting, Engineer James was there. They were all there. And they agreed that they should receive the examination. If that meeting had agreed on there is nothing we can do at this moment. Why are we dissipating energy on a film make. If sorry, my voice is a bit cracky. They were all these people, all these congregations that we mentioned here, agreed. The associate principal, proprietors of private schools, parents association, all of them agreed that after seeing everything, asking, I don't know whether he's still in the meeting. These kids
No,
were
he has
intact.
gone out.
But for whatever reason, based on the few candidates they interacted with, they agreed that they should go for another examination. I bet you if they had opted for remarking, by now the candidate would have their result. But now what I'm saying is that by now, as we're talking, we're just dissipating, we're just trying over spill milk. There is no way we can go back to that. Officers have been sent in the field, they've been mobilized, all of them have gone to the field, they have done the download for them to do exam. Notification have been sent to candidates. Let us not waste time on an issue that has a foregone issue. It may
Yes,
sound as if
Dr.
it may sound
Feda.
as if, sorry, it may sound as if I'm being a bit rash or brash and all this thing, but I'm just being factual. That at the point that decision was taken, well, at times that is the challenge of stakeholders. When you have too many people on an issue, most times you take the wrong decision. Perhaps maybe if it was only JAMB, maybe they would have opted for the easiest part, the most cost effective. Even for this one is more cost effective and stuff like that. But stakeholders there said, let this candidate be subjected for another examination. But now we are discussing, we spent more than 1 hour on this issue.
Yeah, the reason why we are spending a lot of time is because of, I mean, yes, we may not be able to change anything at the moment, but the reason why we are spending a lot of time is because of how critical and important that could have been. Because the question, I know the way our own system works. When students are writing an assessment, once they submit, first of all, our system keeps the raw data, right? And then there's another system, another part that now marks for you. So what happens is, even if there is any reason for remark, the system still takes it from the raw data being captured.
No, we have
Then
it.
uses it.
Honestly, believe
So
me,
if we have it exactly like this in JAMB, right? There is, of course, like I said, we may not be able to change, but there's absolutely, because when I asked James that question, I asked James directly, I think when you were having issues, I asked James, from your understanding, do you think remark could have been an option? He said, absolutely yes.
Yes.
That remark could have been the ideal option.
Yes.
So if there is a way, or like you said, there's already been deployment and investment, beautiful. But even if it's to be able to chip it in, because that could have still been this is a
You know why?
public.
Let me tell you, some of those candidates, you see, at times some of these things, they could be very funny. Some of those candidates that actually opted for receiving the exam, apparently they feel that now that they've written WAEC, they are better prepared. Because the sample candidate that we just asked, which one, if you are given the option, which one would you prefer? Some of them feel that, look, at the time I wrote JAMB, I was not as prepared as I am now. Because I'm writing WAEC, I'm more prepared now. Let me also tell you something. It is our wish that if we do exam, if the performance is better, it's also good for us. And we also know that one of the ways that this candidate can also be a little distinct for them to, if they write now, they are better prepared now than they were when they wrote that exam. If it is in the area of preparation, please take it from me that those candidates, because they are writing the exam at the moment. But I don't want us to dissipate much energy on this. Let us, by way of
Okay.
we're talking with stakeholders, some of these things you're saying here are things that can improve the board. If we waste energy on things that have passed, we would have lost much. We will not learn from this. We will not benefit from this meeting. But if we're talking about new issues, some of those things Alako is talking that we are arguing here and there, there are one or two things that one can pick from there. You gain from such interaction. But something that has passed and all those things, yes, it has happened. This is what maybe would have been better. And let me tell you, if you ask Alex, when he came into that meeting, he was giving a lot of concession. What I mean by concession is that he had a stronger view. The registrar gave him, in fact, when the text, the registrar's text was written, the registrar read it to the congregation. There were things, input that Alex made, no, remove this one, it's insensitive, remove this one. policy. And even when some people are saying, no, it's in order, I say, no, he took it off. So even him, if he had stood firm that, look, for me and my body that I represent, we prefer this, I believe that route would have been taken. Because what we didn't want was a situation whereby we just take a particular position. And then tomorrow everybody will say, we say this one or this one. But if they had said, okay, this is remarking, and at the press conference they say, okay, this is what it is, but the body opted for a remarking, that absolves us from anything that will happen subsequently. But of course, the data is there.
Okay. Dr. Fabian, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let me get other people to speak.
Alex, you asked me to wait. I've asked my question before. I'm going to drop off now. My thing to you.
Shine.
Yes, please.
Can we have... Hold on, please. I understand. Gilbert haven't spoken. Sublime hasn't spoken. Can we let them speak, please?
I mean, I'm not asking any new question. The question I'm firing now. I just want to say,
I understand.
I just want to say this.
I
want to drop off, actually, if I'm not on the speech.
Let's just allow other people to speak. Then you can come in after that, please. Let's just have order, because they are also listening. They watched you. They heard you speak before, and they haven't.
Okay, Alex, Dr. Fabian, please check Jumbotron. Someone is affected in Osun State, and if you can have the list of all centers affected with the large cluster, not just Lagos and Southeast has been passed around. Thank you. I'm dropping off.
I would like to say that if anybody has any comment you want to put on the comment section, in case you don't want to come up and speak, that's also good. We can also pay attention to that and put the questions to the guests here. Thank you.
Okay, Chief Machidemero, please, can you go ahead?
All right, thank you. Dr. Fabian, good evening. My question is going to be direct. It's similar to what Ayo asked, and I think it's also similar to what Jack has asked. But I want you to be kind of explicit and direct, to this conversation. What will be JAMB's sacrifice to this in a way to pacify the students that's going to receive for these exams? You keep on mentioning that those people that are going to receive these exams, they are writing WAEC, but I want to believe that that's not absolute, because I know that some people have written their WAEC maybe years ago, and they are maybe kind of looking for higher scores to gain admission to study a particular course. So it's not everybody that writes JAMB that is just writing WAEC at the same time. So what happens to those kind of people that probably traveled to write an exam and then, travel back to their base, and then now they will have to travel? And so it's kind of similar, but I want to know specifically what will be JAMB's sacrifice to say to everybody, we feel your pain, we are with you on this, and who are those people that we're going to say, okay, these are the people that are facing ABC because of negligence, because of whatever it is, the result is specific. Specific. So, what I'm hearing you say is that there's nothing we can do. After all, the stakeholders have taken position on this. I understand that perfectly well, but that's also very insensitive, because you've taken position. So whatever we are discussing here is more or less like we're just wasting our time, right? Because if you say this, the stakeholders have taken position, so it means that we're just here discussing, and at the end of the day, JAMB has taken position, and whatever they decide to do is what will happen. Why not believe that is the conclusion? But
I don't believe that. I don't believe that our discussion here is all about remarking. We have discussed on several issues here. We have talked about varieties of topics, areas, and all these things. So narrowing down to say, because and I didn't say JAMB has taken the decision. I said stakeholders. It was not only a JAMB decision. So for you to say if that is not addressed, then it meant that all we have discussed here is useless. I'm not believing this meeting is a single agenda meeting. If it was a single agenda meeting, we would have finished in 30 minutes time before this time around. So to talk about sacrifice, I think this is too big for us to begin to talk about. I don't know what you mean by sacrifice anyway. But if what I'm thinking is what you are thinking, I should think that this meeting is bigger than what one should begin to narrow it down to such issues, sacrifice. and all those things. It has happened, and I believe that in nation building, everybody has a price to pay. And when you talk about people should be penalized and all these things are done in stages. At the moment, something has happened. We're trying to see how we can remedy it. And when we pass that stage, other stages will follow and all this. Of course, whoever is responsible for that, the first thing that is there is that it can never be part of our system again and stuff like that. So certainly what needs to be done will be done. But at the moment, what is of paramount concern is that these candidates should be brought to be at the same level with their peers and all this so that they can begin to prepare for the next stage of their life.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Fiba, you still have 15 minutes here with us.
Alex, can I chime in again? Thank you, everybody. Unfortunately, Salako had left. He wanted to know on what authority I am making the comments. I participated in the review of this. So I'm speaking as somebody who sat in the room. Beyond that is that, like I always said, I'm a CBT owner and I'm an education stakeholder, major one in education. So most of the young people that are in my mentorship program, they have these challenges. But what I bring to the table is that I'm able to reach out to anybody, levels of government, and engage. So I've engaged the minister this evening. We had extensive conversation and the registrar of JAMB. So three things again I want to point out is, number one is JAMB does not own the CBT centers. So they can't have an indefinite approach to exam. The people that are in my CBT center, the tech person, everybody has traveled to do this exam on Friday. So there is a cost to doing this because JAMB do not own the CBT centers. Second one is that that is talking about the flexibility he spoke about. Second one is that most people in Nigeria always act, when we're talking in spaces like this. And I'll give you a brief story to just. I arrived at the Federal Executive Council. I was 42, young, and able to do this. I had finished being Corps Marshal for 7 years. So as Corps Marshal Executive, I could determine where we go and how we go. I got to council. The thing I took to council was to build a 737 simulator. So when the memo came to me, people told me that the simulator will be in Lagos. That's where all the 737 pilots are. Of course, it made sense to me. So I went to council and I said, a simulator and it will be sited in Lagos and all of that. It was as if hell broke loose. The whole Northern Senators, that this is a strategy by Chidoka.
Can we come back to the issue on the ground, please? Can we come back to the issue on the ground, please?
Gilbert, please. Allow him to finish, please.
So the council broke loose, and all the Northern senators, ministers said, Chidoka wants to move the aviation academy in Kaduna to Nzaria to Lagos. That this is the strategy, blah, blah, blah. So when people say that you can, JAMB can say, let's go and remark, and the scores come back, you will not hear the end of the story about how the server was tampered with, how the result that was not there was not the one that was originally there, how we cannot verify that this was the scores. If they said it was wrong the first time, what is the correct one now? How do you issue 2 result sheets to somebody and say the first time you scored this, the second time we've now checked, and this is now your score? So, and at that scale. So it is always strange to me that many people who talk don't understand the pressure of a multi-society, ethnic society like Nigeria, how we have to be sensitive to issues that can arise. So I believe that decision to resit the exam, was the best in the light of the situation and environment we found ourselves in at this time. And I was privy to that decision. I supported it. And the point about the structure of JAMB servers and this, like Alex said, is not an issue that the PRO will take. If if Dr. Fabian Okoro, the ICT director, who is Igbo, by the way, he was here, probably he will be in a better position to describe the JAMB technical infrastructure or any of their senior staff in the IT section. So I think that where we are now is what lessons can JAMB learn from this error? What should we do to avoid this situation next time? What can we do to ensure that when things like this happen, institutions that are involved, this is the procedure to go about it? Somebody mentioned, did we talk to the students? That would have been a fair thing to do, to maybe run a random sample because they had all their phone numbers. You could have just gotten a call center, call up about 3,000 of the students across the states and find out what would be your preference. That's a very good point to make. And I think that that is the way to go in this conversation, to say, when this type of thing happens, what will be the response mechanism? And I think that Fabian should take note of that, that talking to the people that are going to be going to this exam will have been one fair thing to do. Not to just say that, in moving this forward, the conversation about a forensic audit to what happened by a third party. We can hire any of the top consulting firms in Nigeria to just go through everything again and advise whether JAMB's technical system is fit for purpose and whether the patches, upgrades, and whatever has happened in the past is fit for purpose.
Hello.
Nigerians deserve that level of transparency in what we do in Nigeria. So we need a third-party audit, and so that we can identify where the failures occurred and the remedial actions to be taken going forward.
Actually, but there's one thing I want you to address, please. There's something Jack raised here. The students who wrote this exam, some of them traveled and have to spend money to write the first exam. Now they are rewriting it. Is there any form of compensation from JAMB?
So, to my knowledge, none. There was no discussion about compensation for JAMB. I had an issue today that made me call the registrar about a student whose school missed out on the PE practicals, physical education practicals for WAEC, and rescheduled for Friday. So, and the student has gotten a notice to come for exam till 2 o'clock on Friday. So the question was, how is he going to do that? So that's when I started talking to the registrar about that ticketing system, and if possible, put in a call center so that people can call within these 3 days, and we can be very flexible in moving them one day or the other. Those who can do Friday can do Saturday. Those who can do Saturday can do Tuesday morning or whatever be the situation. But I don't think that JAMB planned for any compensation. And that may be something to consider. Since they have all their names, they have all their accounts, it may be something to consider.
Thank you so much, Chief. Thank you so much.
Mr. Alex, just a very quick follow-up question.
Jack, please, no. Jack, please.
Can somebody else speak?
No, speak. Don't speak, please. Gilbert, please, can you go?
Yes, please. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've been listening all along, but something I discovered is that maybe it's common with our culture. We leave the object and we are pursuing shadows. The object of the matter is that individuals took an exam and the examiner failed. The individuals didn't fail. The examiner failed the individuals. Now, it is not in the position of the examiner to say what the individuals will do. It is wrong. JAMB has failed. Okay, what JAMB should do, and that is the proper thing to do, is to cancel the examination and reschedule and promise that those officers that failed have been removed and that their system is now good to go, fit for purpose. And then the students or the kids will come back across the nation and repeat the exam. It's a unified tertiary exam. It's unified for the whole Nigeria. It will be wrong completely and an absurdity of no mean level for a unifying exam to be sectionalized. Immediately you do it, it is no longer the same exam. Now they will ask you, where did you get your mark? Is it the one they did in the Southeast or the one they did normally? You see, my people, let's be careful. You can't use a Vaseline or just an ordinary cream to cover a fracture. This is a fracture. It's a fatal fracture. They call it fatal failure in computer. So you can't, when I was listening to the JAMB gentleman, I don't think he even knows what he's talking about. I don't know that he doesn't know he's a public servant. Let him listen and be careful. The issue on the ground is that his organization has fractured, has failed. In a failed system, the organization goes into hiding and the higher authority, maybe the Minister of Education or even the head of state, will address the issue. Both the JAMB registrar and his officials have failed completely, and they cannot bring up their face to the public to speak. Now, if we don't want to spend too much time, let JAMB be honorable enough to cancel the whole national exam and reschedule. That is the honorable thing to do. And once they do it, then we know we are starting in a good foot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. I think, for me, this is your perspective. For me, I don't think I personally agree with it. I think, in as much as this may sound good in theory, but I think canceling the exam will create a lot more crisis. A child who scored 366, you want to cancel the person's exam. I mean, these are problems that you may not be able to come out from. So this is my own perspective, and I think this is
I
also.
agree with you completely. But the issue remains that once a unified examination is sectionalized, it
Mr.
cannot be
Alex.
unified.
Yes, please.
Mr.
That
Alex.
is just the point there.
Let me
Dr.
also
Fabian.
allay here. The kind of exam we do, we have what we call the item banks. And in this examination, even during the major examination, apart from this one that is being done, candidates don't write the same examination. But what we do is that we calibrate the examination to the same difficulty level. So what they are going to have now is not different from what others have had before. The question may differ, but the difficulty level is the same. In such a way that even when somebody sits examination in Sokoto, another person sits in Katsina, or somebody sits examination on Monday, another person sits on Saturday, you may be writing different questions, but the same difficulty level. One of the attributes of a CBT examination is that you must have an item bank, and you must have sufficient items so that you can shuffle or you can juggle your questions. So yes, it's a national examination, but I want to assure him that the system we run is that even if somebody writes today or he writes in December, he's writing the same difficulty level. So nobody is at advantage or disadvantage as far as this exam is concerned.
Sorry, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, Gilbert,
I
sorry.
agree with you.
At this point, I would like
Just
you to
one
hold.
point. Just one point I want to bring.
No. Jack had to hold on for you to speak.
We have to move to the next person.
Yes, please. Onyeka, please,
Thank
can you go? Onyeka, are you ready? Remy, please go, please.
Okay, thank you so much, and really appreciate this session. Thanks so much, Alex, for following this up and getting to a conclusion. I've been following the story, and I think it's something very commendable. And thanks to all the people that took part. Question and two other questions. And it's unfortunate the engineer is not here again, but I think the PRO, if the PRO for JAMB is still here, maybe my answer the question. So my assumption as a practitioner in the IT area is that if you're doing something like this, like you have this exam deployed and things like this, you're probably in what you're probably in what we call a change freeze. And if you have a change freeze at this time and you discover there's a problem, you need to deploy an emergency patch, which is what happened here, or what the engineer called a bug fix. It has to come, there's a chain of command for that, right? It's not just the frontline person. Someone needs to approve that. So was there a process for that in JAMB? And my experience with this is that this usually, when you have a change freeze for critical systems like this, approval for this usually come from the highest level of government, of the organization. So was the registrar aware? Was it notified, even informed, not necessarily approving it, informed that an emergency fix is going to be deployed during the exam? Was he informed, or did he get to know about this during the whole investigation, or was it just a unilateral decision by the vendor? The other two that I have are just suggestions. One is about the retaking of the exam, and I think the people in the room will have put a lot of thought into it to decide that 48 hours they will do it. But I think there's another option that should also be entertained. There could be students that might not be in the appropriate psychological space to do this exam now. Are there options for people that will say, look, I don't think I want to do it now. Maybe I do it next year. Is there a way JAMB could give them credit that they could use against doing it next year instead of sitting for it now? I mean, there might be outliers like that. Maybe the numbers are not much, but it's like, getting a win-win situation. So if students feel like I don't want to do it now, I might wait next year, or can JAM create a system of giving them credit for that? They don't need to pay, and then they will sit for it next year. The other suggestion is also, I think, whichever way we see it, I think it's been commendable. The registrar coming out, talking about this and all of that, it's really commendable. But I think I would like to see this to a logical conclusion. Since we've started on the path of transparency, I'm assuming JAMB is still going to go down the road of, doing a review of their internal processes and doing some things. And for the sake of transparency, will JAMB be able to share um, a copy of the report, whatever they can share with the public? We're not asking for details, what they can share with the public. They can share with people, especially for practitioners in the field, so that they can learn some lessons. I think the former minister talked about NASA and some other people. They are learning organizations. They learn from errors. And the way they learn from errors is that they share some of this information with their community. So I think it's something that, I will implore JAMB to really look into, to be able to, once they conclude their findings, if they can share it with the community, that would really be good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your feedback. One of the things I'm even getting from everything here is, I think the crisis management, I don't know if they have a crisis management department or anything here. So I can see that the crisis management part of JAMB is really not that strong. I think it's something that they really need to look at, because ideally they should have kind of preempted a lot of possible crises that may happen even now and in the next 10 years. And if anyone happens, they should be able to have like different ways to, because most of the decision suggestions we are bringing in here is something that I believe that they should have preempted and do. But right now, it seems as if everybody is working from the point of oblivion. So you are basically trying to think out things on the spot, under pressure, and all those things. Because if we've had those in place, even the whole remarking couldn't even be something that we are discussing. It should have been something, it should even be part of the structure. So I think one of the feedbacks Dr. Fabian is, I don't know how serious JAMB takes crisis management. I think crisis management should be something of top priority in the JAMB department, so that if incidents, now we're talking about this particular issue, nobody knows what's going to come tomorrow. Nobody even knows the pattern is going to come tomorrow. So if you guys have preempted these things, planned these things, if anyone happens, there's something to pull off immediately and resolve. so that we don't keep going through this kind of cycles. And like this one now, everybody was bent on what they call it, remark, but it's practically impossible at this point. So I want to, Onyeka, are you ready now?
Yeah, thank you so much.
So I don't know if Dr. Fabian will answer my question, the first question I asked about, who approved the application of that, or the process around that.
Yeah. Dr. Fabian, do you want to go for the question? Dr. Fabian, are you still here? And I promised him that he will leave by 12:30, so maybe he's on mute. Okay, so let's wait for him to come back. Dr. Fabian, we have a question for you. Onyeka, please, you can go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Daluni. Thank you so much, everyone. I have followed the conversation, and the truth of the matter is this: whether we want to admit it or not, multiple things will continue to hold true at the same time, even extremes. Okay, so it does not matter how passionate one holds any particular view. Okay, the passion does not mean that that is the only view that is correct or true. So we may wish to stop looking for what is absolutely true and what is absolutely false and focus on common sense. Now, focusing on common sense will mean that basic questions will be answered. Okay? Now, I do not imagine that we can possibly get all the answers in one conversation and in this particular platform, considering that we've all heard and admitted that there are technical partners or technical actors or people that are supposed to head technical teams that are not present and may not present all the accurate answers that we all want, that are again commonsensical and basic. However, all the submissions so far, we can look at everything, put it together, and maybe is it possible that the best decision, everything considered? The reason I raise this is not because I have any particular answer. Someone's mic is hot. It's not because I have any particular. Someone's mic is hot, please. It's not because I have any particular viewpoint or solution. It's just listening to everything. The people that that brought it to the limelight, okay, are the same people that actually have confirmed, okay, we were there when these issues were interrogated and we voted for these affected candidates to rewrite the exams. If there are, again, Uchonya Adihanjo, as we say in Igbo, okay, whatever you think. But I think that it is okay to, again, the actors that might have instigated this did not imagine that it will get to this level, right? So if mistakes are made, we will still find, these things have a way of coming out and people would know. Okay, so I think that we should consider all viewpoints and see how we can come to a consensus and move on, whilst insisting that all the technical questions that have been thrown are answered in the most logical manner. Really, it has to be logical for it to be. We've heard people that know what they are talking about. If you actually follow logic, they've been pressing the computer thing and they really know why what they're asking, and oh, is data missing, is this one. If there are other reasons, okay, which makes sense too, really, it can be explained. These things can be, we can figure out a way to present it so as to clear all doubts, because we need integrity. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to highlight that we'll close this space by 12 o'clock. That's one in 20 minutes. So Oba Biniri sorry, Oba
It's
Biniri, can
Oba
you speak?
Birin, Oba Birin Adirunke. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So, well, I just realized that Dr. Fabian has not been answering people's questions. So that's kind of, unfortunate. But well, the good thing is everybody have asked the important questions. So I'm not going to hold the mic for too long. So there are just two things that I want to suggest that I want to talk about. Is number one, I realized that because I just got somebody's slip now, and good thing is that they are restating the exam. But well, if that's the only option, we just have to take it. So now, why is this exam 6:30 a.m. in the morning? Like, why? These children they're teenagers. Asking teenagers to go out of their streets, their home, to go and
Sorry,
write an exam for 6:30. That means they
sorry,
have to leave their place at as early as 4 or 3, in fact, because we know traffic and all of that, just to get.
Sorry, I didn't okay.
sorry, Aderonke. That question has been dealt with over and over again. So let's not go back to that, please.
But Sheikh, I would say that
Okay,
And
in order to
the
okay.
prevent
response,
this,
If the question has been dealt with, I wasn't here. So, but that's good. I'll probably have somebody that has been here. So let me move to the next one. And then the next one is, this has already happened, and there's no way we're going to say everybody that was affected is going to be on that. It's going to be available on Saturday to rewrite that exam. So I am suggesting that JAM communicates with all the institutions, the tertiary institution, and they should bring down their cutoff mark for this year, just probably for this 2025-26 session, so that it can accommodate some of the people that, because you don't know, anything could happen. Maybe somebody fell sick or they just couldn't make it for whatever reasons, and that's not their fault. So that's my suggestion, that JAM should look into having some kind of arrangement with these institutions so that they can reduce their cutoff mark for this year. Thank you very much.
thank you so much, Abanere. So these are your views, right? Thank you so much. Ijoma, can you go, please?
Thanks very much for hosting this space, Alex. So my question has to do with more of it. It does have to do with the exams tomorrow, but it has to do with the publication that JAM has issued the last couple of weeks. Because it started by saying that the massive failure was as a result of the success in their anti malpractice anti malpractice measures that they put on. But now we are seeing that they've had a lot of human errors with the technology that they've been using. And also the publication that Anambra and Lagos has the highest malpractice rates. So how does this now tie with this recent discovery that that maybe those figures could have been as a result of this human error?
Yes, I can even answer that one. We also, part of the discoveries we had, I know I asked that question. Their method of determining malpractice is already flawed. I mean, that is one question. When we looked at their method, like, why should you determine malpractice based on this? So, in first of all, the whole Anambra being and Lagos having the highest malpractice is actually false. It's completely false. Based on our findings, their method is flawed, and this part of the recommendations we'll have to make to them directly. I think the next conversation I would need to have is actually with those their both their IT team and some of their vendors. They need to review a lot of their processes. Many of the things they are doing are not done the right way. So that's analysis. I don't know. I mean, based on what we saw, it is completely false. And they need to even change their method. So I want you to have that, and at least I have that information firsthand. You can continue. Do you still have another question, Ijama?
No, I'm done. Just that's
Okay,
my
then
question.
ROO,
Thank you.
please, can you go?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for this platform. It has been quite informative. And for me, my name is Ruki, by the way. And I just want to add certain things. And I've been listening so far, I think, from the beginning of this session. For me, one of my the previous former minister has spoken, and he had said, this platform should be about suggestion and how can we move forward from this incident. This is a big incident. In the first place, if to the best of my knowledge, which I am very, very certain, the only government organization or government institution in Nigeria that is compliant, that is in terms of information security, in terms of data compliance, is FIRS. Why? And this only happened in 2021. Why am I worried? Why am I concerned about this? JAM not only have or old data, student data, addresses, date of birth, critical information, right? And having an incident like this where the simplest of the simplest, like the four fundamental IT controls that should have been the major focus of any third party vendor. If JAMB had thoroughly vetted their vendor process is solid from procurement to information security, from their change management, access control, business continuity, incident response, all those factors have been considered. So when we're talking about what are the things we need, for a platform like this, for a forum like this, what are the things that we need to suggest? How can we move forward? We need to, for instance, JAM needs to go and ask FIRS, how have you been security compliant? What are the things that you've done so far? Why am I saying so? An organization like JAM, that serve as a public institution, is major. They need to be a template for even private organization. If JAM has failed woefully in implementation of its main goal, its main purpose, right? And they have failed to this level that we are having this conversation. The world is laughing at us at this stage because this is not even supposed to happen. And we are on this platform, we are going back and forth and talking about all the other things that can't change nothing. We need to have, we need people in this platform who have access, who can get the best brains. And I am saying this from every part of the world because we have great, really smart Nigerians in different positions around the globe. And all this in terms of process definition, in terms of follow through, what has happened? And JAM needs, and this is not, and this is when you're saying suggestion, we need heads to roll because if change management is something like patch management had been implemented, right? When you patch, you test before you patch, you know what the situation of things is, you've done your UAT. Once you've applied in your staging environment, before which is your sandbox, you've done all that. Once you've done all your testing, you now deploy to your production. Once you've deployed to your production environment, you now have to report to whoever had given that approval for that change, right? This is a process. It is easy. And then they must say, okay, this change had happened. You've done this thing. Fine. Someone earlier today, a JAMB official had said, it's like sending an email. The person sent it and closed the laptop. Can you imagine? So we need the best brain at this point. I am very well in my 30s, meaning I am not so far off from understanding
a young person's struggles, and I am in between adulthood struggles. So we cannot keep putting our kids. For me, I would not even put my child through even imagine data loss. All our lives are online. My ovary, Apple probably owns my ovary by now because I just click approve, 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 accept, I accept, accept for a whole lot of things. So this is not just a matter of, oh, this has happened. This is a matter of a whole lot of government parastatals. They need to sit down. They need to understand this is era of information security. Meaning, you once you finish applying your IT changes, which are only four, by the way, your access control, your change management, and then you are now starting talking about your security issues. And we need the third party vendor because we do not, and Nigerians do not deserve to be dealing with that kind of vendor. Because if that vendor has done all the necessary things to put in place, we will not be having this conversation. If you've discovered a vulnerability in your system, your employees, your team must have, deployed the right solution to fix it. So this is not just a matter of, oh, we started, we've done this, we've gone for receipts. It is beyond our organizational institutions. They need to start asking themselves, we are tasked with this much responsibility of Nigerians' data. You are with Nigerians' data. We are in the era of data. So when the highly reputable minister, former minister, who I very much respect, as I have followed him for very, very, very long years, the JAMB representative is still on this platform, I hope. I think the conversation should be not just, we need the best heads. We need the best. If you're not certified, if you're a vendor who is not certified, be out. We don't want you. Your third-party process must be as solid as access to White House at this point. We are a country of, at least to the best of my knowledge, 200 million. Our data is vital. So my own suggestion at this point, before I yield the mic, which I am very much sorry if I've gone above my minute, is that please, time where you listen, you make sure I have worked in Nigerian civil aviation before. I have seen the IT system. I have seen so I know what I am talking about. I am a senior IT manager for a publicly traded organization. I know the difference. So I am not just speaking as someone who is just a spectator. I am speaking as someone who is in the industry. I am speaking as a legal practitioner. I am a lawyer. I am an IT professional. It is important where at this point we are getting the best at to protect our Nigerians' data. Nigerians' data, every little thing they say you should bring your number, bring your phone number, bring your address, bring your everything. But see what has happened. We do not even know to what extent this breach. We still have to wait for independent audits. Thank you so much for this platform. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Aro. So I will have a dissent to speak. After that, at this point, it will be maybe Sheikh to speak. Then I will close out. Maybe Chifosita will also speak, and I will close out. I want us to
Yeah.
close by 12 a.m. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks, Alex. Thanks everyone, specifically to your team for this opportunity and the job you guys have already done to get us to the point we are today. I'll try to be straightforward and brief as much as I can. The last speaker did point at a lot of things which are very, very important. It applies not only to JAMB, but to a lot of other agencies in Nigeria. And I expect the Minister of the digital economy to be taking note of this, which is a different conversation entirely. It's evident here is that this IT that JAMB has failed woefully. And I expect JAMB to have level of quality assurance, not just on the core IT, but also issues happened when it was discovered and they tried to fix it at some point. Then the results came in. What level of quality assurance was that, especially considering that they had an incident let's say, at the active period that these exams were going on. So that was not factored in to actually ask the right question. Are these results truly a reflection of what the students did? But no, it didn't happen. So there are quality assurance at different levels, even if we decide to not, point at the IT for this massive failure. So what other quality assurance was applied to this result before it was announced, and various defense mechanisms we are put in place in the media to back up this. So they need to do better. And the last thing I want to say, because everyone has spoken very well, a lot of points here, no need to start repeating them, is that if the JAM team do not know what to do, this is what they should be doing. They need to show empathy. First of all, their communication is so bad. Do they realize that someone died because of this error? That's human life we are talking about. I expect the team to go out there and show empathy, show us what they are going to do, not just now, after now. And they should start by refunding, if not all, maybe part of the payment that these kids have actually, spent in trying to write this JAM exam. It's not just to say it has happened, it has happened. And the reason why they should do this is that I recall some time ago, JAM declared revenue, is it not? And remitted part of it to federal government. I don't know if JAMB is a revenue generating agency for federal government, but if that's the case, they should have money reserved somewhere to compensate everyone that have been affected. It shouldn't even be negotiable. It shouldn't even be a thing of we should think about it. That should be the first thing that should have gone out there. That's leadership in time of crisis. They should go and get it right and do it. Then it just very, very straightforward. Every good leader should know what to do at this point, but JAMB is not really doing enough. Coming up to own this is not enough. We want to also see what they are doing to compensate for what has happened, and also future plans after this whole thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I love your input. So one thing you also need to understand, part of the things that I had to take up a lot of responsibilities unpaid, not because I couldn't have left it and focused on what I'm doing. I think I just understood that to build a nation, everybody needs to bring in their arsenals. Going to Abuja, doing this and that, all these things are to ensure that this becomes our own part of contribution to help things grow. The truth of the matter is, unfortunately, yes, in many organizations, they may not have the best. But I think now that we are trying to enforce a lot of all these things, we can always, as we are going to press, put in a lot of pressure. I think that can also help us to cause a lot of changes. So what I'm saying in the essence is this: I'm also going to try to schedule another, maybe in a much later day, schedule another session, maybe with their team, and also with the registrar, and also with the Minister of Education, whereby, for instance, the Minister of Education came and made some statements, direct statements. We also need to ask him how he was informed. So there are so many important questions we can ask. This can help us to start reforming and changing our system. So I feel that it's important that everybody at different levels. Why I normally like to have engagement on space on X is that I've noticed that exceptionally brilliant people are on X. And whenever you have these kind of forums and you see people share perspectives, you will hardly ever make mistakes. If we had this session before that decision was made, I'm sure that the path we'll take would definitely be the best path, because different people will come from different unique perspectives. That is why personally I so much treasure every single input that comes from X. I take most of them. Some people may say things that doesn't align. Most people will say things that align, right? So that's one thing that I value here. So, Shakes, if you have something to say, let me get you for Chita to speak before we now close for today, so that we can have another day. Thank you.
Alex, please, one
I
more.
think Ohams has not spoken. I don't know. He's not.
Alex, one more thing, one more thing, please. Are the people that are affected outside of Lagos, southwest, like Ondo, Osun, because we know that the lag our cluster was affected too. So please, yeah, I put on jumbotron. People come,
Yes,
put
I
they
have
can't.
already asked. Yes, I have already asked Fabian. Just while we were still talking here, I've already asked him to send me the link and the direction for that ticketing system, and also reconfirmed that they have dedicated team that responds to that. So I'm also going to make a post. If I don't do it this night, probably in the morning, make it a little bit more extensive for people who can't even write to today. That's today and probably within this period, and also people who are affected in other states. I noticed that Ara has already mentioned that also. So I don't know. I mean, I will mention it. Let them raise a ticket so that the JAM team can do their own internal work. So, but at least I just have to confirm again that the ticketing system, I hope it works. So yeah, he say confirm that it works. So if it works, I will write something and let everybody be able to use it effectively. I think if they use it, they should be able to engage directly with JAMB itself. I hope my feedback is helpful.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know. Ohams was here. Ohams, do you want to?
As soon as he said after descent they were going to close, so I dropped my hands. But I can. My contribution is just very brief. So I just wanted to say that since Alex confirmed that the malpractice, whatever design that JAMB has is not proper, and they already issued a statement, they should come back also for transparency and reissue another statement apologizing to the zones they blame for the malpractice and admit that their whatever design, what mechanism they developed is faulty. I think we need that level of transparency. Every other thing I wanted to say, I can let those ones go, but I think this is very important. They should take that responsibility and come back to the public the same way they announced that first one and announce this second one, because these are the things that raise unnecessary ethnic coloration and tribal tensions when things like this happen. We shouldn't be bringing in ethnic coloration into stuff like this, to be honest. But these kind of things begin to raise those kind of suspicions in the hearts of people, and we shouldn't let them continue to happen. So JAM should come and also release another statement. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So my statement I'm just going to make. Fortunately, I am the spokesperson is not here, but I would say, was I particularly pleased with his response? Not exactly. Is there a lot of things that are left undone that I just think that has been glossed over by JAMB? Yes. But critical things is the fact that certain reckless statements that have been made needs to be done again. They need to go back and correct them. One person who feels that if leadership fails, they should step aside. The Minister of Education is one person I will call out. I particularly feel that he is not worthy of that office, and because of the statement he made. And such a person has no business to be leading our educational sector. So this is my own public call out that the Minister of Education, if he has any out of integrity, should be actually handing in his resignation and stepping aside. As to JAMB, I also think that heads should roll, and heads should roll in a public way, in the way that people start seeing that there should be repercussions for such calamity. While we always think that the kids, they are voiceless and all of that, it is important that we all start remembering that not until we have a society that accounts for the weakest amongst us, that cares for the elderly, cares for the young, cares for the helpless, do we then know that we now have a society? Because I think that Chief Foster actually acknowledged that fact. It would have been possible to actually have done a sample poll with the children. If you say 300 and something thousand, you can do a sample size of about 30,000, which could be 1%, 2%. And that would have given us an insight into what these children feel. But that was not done. I hope that is in future. And also, if JAMB is going to be listening to this, is the component of, I don't know, maybe Alex, you can help me. In the exams, at the end of the exams, do they have a feedback mechanism, or is just, oh, thank you for the exams, bye, go?
They don't even thank you. So if you write the exam, you go.
Okay, so in this case, if it's a CBT, it's an opportunity to get feedback from the students. Something like this time shouldn't even be something that we should be raising, because the kids themselves would have raised it. So usually, in most CBT exams, it is an opportunity for you to test questions as well. Like, oh, these are 5 questions. just answer them, give us ability to test and standardize questions. That will be helpful. And also be able to put a feedback, even if it's 3, 4 questions. How did the exam feel? How did the center make you feel? And all of that. And I'm happy that you also pointed out that the algorithm in which they are using to determine centers who have cheated is actually wrong. And things like this require a huge, huge apology. Apology with tears is not enough. I'm yet to see a letter-headed JAMB paper that has been written with a proper detailed apology that we can be able to hold anytime, any day to say this is what happened in 2025 and this is how JAMB apologized. So that tomorrow we can see those things on WhatsApp and people will. What they've simply done is play a smart one to put out tweets and then tomorrow they can say, okay, yeah, we didn't put out it. And then most importantly, whoever is managing JAMB's Twitter handle needs to resign. Please, Chief Osita, I know that you're a stakeholder. That is one feedback that whoever is handling that handle was so insensitive, lacked empathy, and had no remorse at any point. And such a person should not be allowed to continue to hold such an account of public significance that has to do with our future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Shifosita, please, do you have anything to say as we are
Yes,
rounding up?
thank you. Yes, thank you so much. This has been wonderful, and I stayed true because I'm still committed to one thing in all this conversation. It is nice for us to gather and talk and raise issues, but it is important for us to build on what has worked. We're in this country when Natasha and the Senate president had issues. Nobody was invited to come and discuss it. The Senate committee did not invite any external auditor. In most companies, they will invite an external person to check if there has been. Being with INEC in this country, I screamed, INEC has tampered with the result. Nobody is invited to come and talk. So now that why I'm passionate about this JAMB matter is not about the JAMB and its exam. It is the fact that they are allowing themselves to be subjected to a review. This government must be subjected to reviews. This is my important point in all of this. The students are retaking the exam arising from a review. Our decision may be wrong or right, but stakeholders came together and agreed to do this. So I am praying that the young, smart people that I've heard talk here today should pick on this vital issue. The fact that government agencies do not have monopoly of wisdom, cannot double down on when they do something wrong, that they must be subjected to third-party verification. And for me, this is an example to build on. The issues around JAMB, I still suggest we should have a thorough forensic audit and proper issues identified and makeups done. But the country must learn that when an issue concerning people who are the required stakeholders, our laws in National Assembly should constitute what makes up stakeholders. People are revoking people's land in Abuja. Nobody is asking questions. We have a state of emergency declared. No process is followed. 2/3 of required members are required to vote. Nobody is asking why did they not vote. The Supreme Court is not hearing the case brought by the governors about the state of emergency. These are all the type of issues that makes what JAMB is doing for me place to stand on, to demand that all other government agencies, including National Assembly, including the judiciary, should allow for people to come together when there are issues to oversight what they have done. So thank you, everybody, and I hope that this will give us opportunity in the future to build on this.
Thank you so much, Shifosita. Thank you so much, Sheikh. Thank you so much, Jack. Thank you so much, Choka. Thank you so much, everyone that participated. This is the beginning of the conversation. Thank you, thank you, Eze Chikweru. And so, guys, this is the beginning. I'm going to invite the head of engineering for JAM in another session. This time around, I want us to tear him apart. Those his flaws. We want him to let's even understand if he's even capable to do his work. If he needs to resign, let him start resigning from X. We also invite a lot more people, even the minister. Let's have this kind of deep conversation because the truth of the matter is when they come into spaces like this, they are the one to benefit because they will hear perspectives that they may have never had any privilege to hear. So we need to be able to continue the conversation so that we ensure that critical sectors of our society will continue to change. And also want to personally commend Chief Osita because I know we've had a lot of conversations on this, even while the things were very hot. He has dedicated his time, his resources. He had to get to these meetings. He spent almost the full day in the meeting, came the next time, continued. He's actually not benefiting anything to my knowledge. He's doing this thing for us to be able to move forward. And the rest of other people that participated, we are ensuring that, and everybody that is here too, we're dedicating our time, knowledge, intellect, and resources to ensure that things are done the right way. If not for anything, the millions of these children who we have restored hope on, especially for the fact that for the first time ever, we could be able to command a receipt of JAMB. When I started that conversation, I know a lot of people that wrote me, that were calling me, telling me, who am I, including my wife, was even telling me, why are we challenging JAMB? Do you think it's possible? And I told her one thing. The two things that can happen is either it works or it does not work. If it works, we have a lot to gain. If it does not work, I have at least the worst that can happen is that I lose more money. That's all. So why not I try? And once we try, to the glory of God, it works. So, and this is how we can also be able to approach a lot of other agencies and other things that we have, and we will see them work, and we collectively can change our society the way we want. So I really appreciate everyone. We'll continue to press on conversations like this. We'll also continue to guide even the younger ones, even the people that are going to write exam from tomorrow. I want as much as we can, let us encourage them. Encourage in words, encourage in resources. Yes, we are having these decisions there, and many of them are not here, but our encouragement will be very vital. And also parents who are putting a lot of pressure, like the lady that committed suicide. I'm sure that probably a parent is saying a useless child or things like that. These are the things that may even prompt people to be able to go to those kind of extent. We also need to be able to encourage parents to encourage the children. I think our encouragement now will be the greatest asset to them. People that may not have transport money, if you can support them with that little money, all these things will be of great help for them. Right now, we want, by the time they mark this result, we want to be seeing our children get 380, 390. We want to restore their hope and joy again. So I think at this point, let it be our offering to them. We may not be able to influence a lot right now with JAMB, but we can influence a lot in the lives of these children. Please, I will encourage everyone, play your part as little as you can. Together, we'll build a society that we'll all be proud of. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you guys next time. Thank you.